21st, 2019 meeting of the Edina City Council. Roll call, please, Ms. Kemp.
Member Anderson?
Here.
Member Brendel? Here. Member Fisher?
Here.
Member Staunton?
Here.
Mayor Hovland?
Here. We have a form of meeting agenda in front of us this evening. Manager Neal, is there anything on the meeting agenda you wish to modify?
No, sir.
Any other council member who wish to modify the meeting agenda? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda as shown.
So moved.
Is there a second? We've got a motion and a second to approve the meeting agenda as shown. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Community comment. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to address the council on a matter of concern to them that's not otherwise on the agenda this evening? Okay. Seeing no one coming forward, we'll move on to the next portion of the agenda. Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Hovland and City Council. I thank you for all you do in our behalf. My name is Bill Hay. My wife of 63 years and I are now aging happily in place at 5275 Grandview Square in a condominium. Our building has two adjacent buildings, and the total number of residents or units adds up to 173. I'll get back to that a bit later. Combined with these three buildings at Grandview Square and Vernon Terrace across the way, and a couple of apartment buildings west of that, we already have a bit of density. So I know that density is a contentious word in Edina, as displayed very well at your May 7th meeting. I am here to tell you that I consider that I am the beneficiary of density in Grandview Square as it is now, and as it will probably continue to grow. Walkability is very important to us. It's a big deal. We literally walk out our door to the library, a few minutes to our respective doctors at Edina Family Physicians, walk across Eden Avenue cautiously and briskly to go to Jerry's Hardware, Edina Liquor, UPS, and occasionally beyond to Hilltop. So we're okay with where we are and the way things are going. Most of our fellow residents are former Edina residents who have had empty nest syndrome and downsized to a simpler life, leaving behind homes that are probably bought by young families moving into Edina for the excellence of the schools, which are still great despite their critics, and just to be in Edina. So that works out well. We, in our 173 units at Grandview Square, pay approximately $900,000 in real estate taxes. We have no children in the public schools, so we are a generous cash cow, which is good for everybody. We have no age restrictions, but that's just the way it is. We have a few young people, but mostly seniors. Now comes next Avador. A lot of people are upset about Avador. I am not. For me, it is a preferable thing to the school buses, which were depoted there before. There were, I think, something like 80 school buses in and out twice a day, drivers in and out twice a day during the school year, plus special events. So the school buses are now in a more appropriate place, as I understand it. And Avador is going to be a great success, again, with many people from Edina and surrounding communities wishing to downsize to come there. Many of them will spend a good part of the winter in Florida and Arizona. As far as traffic, in our case, we have one vehicle, which we get along with very nicely. We don't drive much. We walk a lot of places, and I think many of our neighbors are about the same. So I am not concerned about density in Grandview Square.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hayes. Is there anyone else that wishes to address the council on a matter that's not on the agenda this evening? Okay. All right. You were the leadoff hitter and the cleanup batter. So, thank you, Mr. Hayes.
3 minutes.
We have a consent agenda in front of us. Oh, excuse me. We're going to go back to the city manager's response to community comments. When we have community comments that raise inquiries, the city manager will take those inquiries and then come back 2 weeks later and address those comments or inquiries that were made in the prior meeting. So, Manager Neal, I think there were at least 1 or 2 comments from last meeting that you wanted to address. So, the stage is yours.
Thank you, Your Honor, and members of council. We had three speakers. One was a group at our last meeting, the 58th Street neighbors who were here to talk about their project and wanting you to make sure you understood the kinds of improvements, changes, amenities that they were hoping to see as part of that project. We were fortunate enough to have Chad Milner, our city engineer, here that evening, and later on in the evening he addressed a number of those concerns and told you a little bit more about the process, about how the rest of them will be resolved as well, and how that information will be shared with the neighborhood. So that went just fine. We also had a visit from our old friends for a number of us here, Bill Sirks. Bill was one of the original members of the Energy and Environment Commission, and he advocated that the council favor the energy benchmarking ordinance that you're going to actually see for the first time tonight. So he was giving you his seal of approval on that. Finally, we had Frank Lorenz, and Mr. Lorenz spoke about how he wished, or how we ought to have a different standard to calculate family incomes in Edina compared to the rest of Hennepin County, and how we should not use Hennepin County's average incomes when we are computing what the gap is for affordable housing projects. And that's not a wish or a hope we can comply with. We must comply with state, county, and Met Council income standards and income ranges for different levels of housing here in the city. Our contractors, bankers, builders, lenders, they all know that system, and we all have to comply with it. We can't set our own figures. We need to comply with state, federal, and regional median incomes when we look at our housing costs and what it costs to be in housing. So that's our response. Thank you.
Thank you. Cause any council members to want to make inquiry or comment themselves? All right, good. Thank you, Manager Neal. Mm-hmm. The next matter we have in front of us is the consent agenda. There are several items on the consent agenda. Is there anyone on the council that wishes to remove an item from the consent agenda?
Yes. I would like to remove 4C.
4C?
Mm-hmm.
4C as well, Your Honor.
All right.
Oh, was it 5C?
5C.
5C. Excuse me.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I would like
Member
to
Fisher.
remove 5I.
All right. With the exception of 5C and 5I, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with the exclusion of 5C and 5I. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. And then back to 5C, which is a request for purchase for vegetative stormwater best management practices, program services, and both Member Brindle and Member Anderson want to address this issue, and I did as well, frankly. So thank you for pulling it off the consent agenda. Member Brindle?
Sure. So I'll start. Thank you very much. And I also want to thank Jessica Wilson for working with me on some of the questions. I pulled this item off the agenda last time because I had some questions about it, and we had a long agenda that kept us here till after midnight. at the last meeting. So instead of addressing my questions at the last meeting, I just pulled it off the agenda in order to have a conversation with Jessica, who is a water management, are you an engineer? Is Jessica, you're here? No? Oh, okay. All right. So, well, she is extremely knowledgeable. And so I do want to thank her for all the time she took in answering my questions. And the reason I took it off tonight is to be able to tell you what I did since I took it off the consent agenda last time and what I've learned. So this item is purchase of a contract with consultants to develop a best management practice for rain gardens on public property, on public land. And I believe there are 5 of them in this group, and they are in varying stages of condition. And so this contract lays out how $17,000 is going to be allocated among these 5 rain gardens. And the question I really had is that there's one that's really out of control, and wanted to be sure that the dollar amount, which is a smaller dollar amount than others, is going to be sufficient to do the work at this rain garden at Lake Harvey, which in its time in 2012 was part of the Lakeview Golf Terrace reconstruction project. And Jessica assured me that she worked with the consultants, that both they can develop the best management practices, they can purchase and install the plant materials, and this is a 2-year contract, so it begins what will be an into the future annual maintenance practice to keep these rain gardens that are on public land kept clean. Rain gardens don't just go in and sit. They have to be cleaned, and they have to be, stuff gets in there and grasses get in there that you don't want in the garden, and things from the garden go over here, so you put them back in, because everything's a perennial and it wants to move. And so just basically managing the gardens. And so that's the information I really wanted to get. I don't think the contract's perfect the way it is, but there's work to be done. And so what I suggested to Jessica is that, if the $3,000 for Lake Harvey, for example, ends up not being sufficient to do the work at Lake Harvey, what's the backup plan? And so that's the question I posed to her. And so that is something that we'll work on. But I don't think that's a reason to not approve this contract, because there is work to be done. If we don't approve it, nothing will be done. So I don't want that. So those are my comments. I just wanted to share a little bit of why I took it off and what I learned and what I believe we'll continue to learn.
Good. Thank you very much. Member Anderson.
Yeah, thank you, Your Honor. I just would reiterate what Member Brindle's comments were. A resident, which you won't be able to see very well, a resident did give us some pictorial explanations of the areas involved that are subject to this maintenance contract. And I think the purpose of that was to show, I'm sorry that I can't do better than this, was to show the existing status of those rain gardens with the question, within the $17,000, the allocation of $3,000 to Lake Harvey, is that going to be adequate? And if you could see this, you would note that there's quite a lot of buckthorn that has grown through here. It may be a larger maintenance requirement than some of the others. And so I think it's a fair question. I completely agree with Member Brundle in that we don't want to hold this up, because $3,000 spent in that particular area is certainly better than not taking that action. If Ms. Wilson were here tonight, the question would be, do we have any latitude within this $17,000 budget to shift funds around if necessary? So we don't have an answer to that question tonight, but thanks again for your comments.
Thank you. My comments are similar to my colleagues. I actually want to call out our resident Susan Kovnick, who lives right on the corner of Lakeview Drive and is that Country Club? Is that Country Club? Golf Terrace. Yeah, excuse me. So the rain garden is directly across from her house to the south, and I remember when this was put in, I thought, what a wonderful idea this rain garden is, and we've got the original Golf Terrace reconstruction drawings here, and there's some wonderful elements to it, and it has not been properly maintained, and so here we are again, back trying to make sure that it realizes its potential as a rain garden, and I think we will. When I see some of the photographs of the condition of the other rain gardens, there's 4 in total that we're allocating funding to, they seem like they're in much better condition than Lake Harvey's rain garden. So I join my colleagues in saying, let's make sure that we allocate the funds appropriately so that we get done everything that needs to be done to do the job right. So is there Member Brindle?
I have just one additional comment.
You want to make the motion when you're done?
I will. One thing I did ask Jessica Wilson is if we could put some informational signs at these garden sites so people know what they are, because actually a rain garden isn't going to look pretty for a couple of years. The plantings really, they have to establish, the root systems have to establish before they start filling in and having some beauty. And so people have to be patient with them, and so not think that they are weeds and therefore just pull them out, which has happened. And so, that is a follow-on to this that I think would be an important aspect of rain gardens on public property, so people can see what they are and their purpose and how to do them on their own property. So I will make a motion to approve Resolution 2019-39. Sorry, 4C.
Yep.
4C, I was reading the wrong, I
5C.
should put my glasses on.
5C.
All right, request 5C, Vegetative Stormwater Best Management Practices Program Services.
All right, Member Anderson?
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving the request for purchase for the Vegetative Stormwater Best Management Practices Program Services, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. All right, thank you. And then Member Fisher, 5I is the proposed resolution 2019-41 supporting Segment A of the Canadian Pacific Rail Regional Trail Master Plan.
So I'm very much in support of this. I just wanted to make a clarifying statement, and if staff, I'm sorry I didn't get to you ahead of time, Scott, but just we're approving the segment that covers Edina on this large regional trail master plan. We're not necessarily approving a specific alignment within our city, and I want to make the pitch again that I want us to get going on the small or district-wide planning for the whole Cahill industrial area, which we'd be better off to plan that now before we have an alignment set on a regional trail, and we know there are other activities that are going to be impacted. So just want to, it's one of those opportunities, just wanted to put it out there.
Agreed.
Can I?
Other comments? Yes.
I
Member
know
Sutton?
we were going to ask the Park and Rec Commission to look at this. Did they have a chance to weigh in on that? Because I think they had a meeting between.
Andrew? Yeah, I think they did.
Excuse me, Councilmember Staunton, the 3 representatives from Three Rivers Park District did follow up and present at the Park and Rec Commission meeting, and general comments from the commission was that they were supportive of the trail.
Okay. And I would just echo Councilmember Fisher's notion that this goes hand in hand with how we plan the future of that 70th and Cahill area. It's going to be really important for us to, this is an opportunity to really create a pathway that could be a spark and a really important part of redevelopment in that area.
Yep,
All right.
agreed.
Member Fisher, would you care to move 5I?
Yes, I'll move approval on 5I.
Member Sutton?
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting Resolution 2019-41, which supports Segment A through Edina of the Canadian Pacific Rail Regional Trail Master Plan, Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. All right, good. That takes us through the consent agenda. I did notice that on the consent agenda, we had Resolution 2019-39, which Member Brindle touched on, which was the awarding of the sale of some bonds this evening. And Manager Neal, do you have that information in front of you? I know our bond advisor has departed the building, but I thought that we could either handle it now or we could handle it later. But based upon our double AAA bond rating, I can just comment quickly that we had a sale of bonds today, $12,500,000 roughly worth of bonds to cover a variety of different projects, including street reconstruction and several other things. And the rate we got through Baird and Company in Milwaukee was 1.95% on those bonds, so which is a incredible rate to be borrowing money at. We should all be proud of our city for being able to borrow at those low rates, and proud of our city management and our finance department for making sure that we maintain this double AAA bond rating that results in these kinds of relationships where people want to come in and they're willing to buy Edina bonds and buy them at a low rate. Manager Neal.
Yes, in fact, Your Honor, one of the notable things about this bond sale was that, as you will note, in the early documents, I think the number was 12.7 million. But because of the rate of interest being so low, it was only necessary to borrow 10.8 million. And that's an important part, because that's the difference is something we don't have to tax for and finance over our tax base.
Yeah, thank you for that additional comment. Very important one. All right, I looked at my notes here. I thought that was a typo, but it makes all the sense in the world. Because of the low rate, we were able to borrow less. So thank you. We're going to move on now to special recognitions and presentations. That portion of the agenda has 3 matters in it, and the first matter there is a I-494 project update, which, if you've been paying attention to some of the MnDOT information and in the newspapers, there was an approval of a project to be done, and we're going to hear about it. It's not ready to start yet, but it's the I-494 project update that goes all the way from the airport to 169. And we have Andrew Lataya, our good friend from MnDOT, who works on 169 bridge, the redoing of the bridge over there. MnDOT West Area Engineer will present us an update on this proposed project. Mr. Lataya, welcome. It's good to see you again.
Thank you, and thank you for hosting us again. With me, I'd like to also acknowledge the project sponsor, April Crockett. She also works for MnDOT Metro. And trying to also echo Council Member Brindle's last comment about your last council meeting going until midnight. I'm hoping that I don't add on to that on my presentation. Usually, my presentation on this project go about 1 hour and a half, so I'll try to be as precise as possible. So
you don't mind if we work around you, do you?
No.
You can keep on talking, but we'll get some other work done while you're.
Right. So, Mayor and Council members, I'm hoping that today I'm able to touch or recall some of the city goals that we have had from our project partners. Go through the project overview, touching on the purpose and need, the public engagement that we performed to get some input from the public on the purpose and need or the corridor vision. Go through one of the big efforts that we have also done. We have just recently completed, and that was the phase 1 fatal flow screening all analysis that we did to try and weave down the number of alternatives that have been proposed to solve or to address some of the issues on the corridor. I'll give a brief update on where we are going in terms of the phase 2, which is the detailed traffic operations analysis. And at the end, if there are any questions, I would be happy to address any of those. So what we've had both from the public and city partners, of course, everyone is very concerned about the capacity constraints on the corridor. And as part of that, a couple of suggestions and goals that we have been directed to reflect on as we develop the project is we improve safety, reduce the number of crashes if we can on the corridor, improve travel times or travel time reliability by reducing the amount of time that commuters are experiencing to traverse the corridor from one end to the other, and also increase person throughput, be it increasing the transit advantage or providing future congestion-free options on the corridor. We are also interested in addressing any of the deficient assets. That will be the bridge and pavement conditions that are out there, hoping that once construction starts, we are addressing those and we are able to be out of the corridor for the next 15, 20 years. The other goals, which are very important and we are continuing reflecting on, is we need to make the corridor not be a barrier for pedestrians and bikes that are trying to go north and south from cities that are budding the corridor, improving corridor aesthetics, and also continuing to provide reasonable access across the corridor. So the project limits, the vision that we are developing right now is from Highway 169 to the airport, just west of the Minnesota River crossing on the right side of the screen. And based on what we have heard from the public and what the department is interested in, as I mentioned on the previous slide, we need to improve safety on the corridor by reducing the number of crashes, improve mobility advantages. That might be in terms of general purpose lanes, it might be min-pass lanes. We also targeting to improve travel time reliability, address asset conditions, and continue to promote promote and increase transit mobility across this corridor. So to help us inform the decision making, we have broken up the study into categories. I'm listing 3 here, but technically there are 4. First, having mainline options, mainline alternatives that would address the previous slide goals. We're also looking at the reconstruction of the 35W 494 interchange. And the last one, major one, I would say, is the access reconfiguration between Lindell and Highway 77. So for timelines, project started in earnest in spring of 2018, about March. 2 months later, the state legislature was awarded this corridor funding to construct one alternative. That alternative was min-pass lanes from 35W to Highway 77 in both directions. And on the west segment from 35W, they funded the eastbound managed lane facility from France to 35W. I need to emphasize that they funded an alternative. However, during the environmental permitting stage that we are in, we are required by federal regulation to consider all possible alternatives that would address the purpose and need, as I previously stated. So from March through now, we have engaged the public on one, informing them of what we're trying to do, but also soliciting opinions on what they would want to see MnDOT address on the corridor. So we have gone through that, and the next couple of slides, I'm going to be talking through the results of what that effort, what both efforts have produced. So we have listened from about 7,000 members of the public. That was maybe through online surveys or community events, farmers markets that we attended, and one-on-one comments. We held a couple of listening sessions, business listening sessions, We went out to businesses along the corridors, specifically between Lindale and Highway 77, and also held an open house back in January of this year. So what we had is very in line with the department's goals from the public. 40% were in support of improving mobility across the corridor, improving safety, addressing asset conditions. Secondary desires, I'll refer to them as that, is that, yes, we also need to be cognizant of improving walkability across the corridor. Make sure that our interstate is not a barrier between neighborhoods. So, in line with the three categories that I listed earlier, so for mainline, what we had in general was, yes, add a lane. That lane could be a general purpose lane. It could be a in-pass lane, which is a toll lane in a sense, an HOV lane, which is a high occupancy vehicle lane that is open all the time, but only with carpoolers, so more than one person in that lane. And there was also a barrier separated express lane that would traverse the corridor from one end to the other, separating it from, I'd say, from the outside general purpose lanes. For the access reconfiguration, we also considered reconfiguring access at either Nicollet, Portland, or 12th. And the last piece, the last bucket, was the 35W494 interchange. We are continuing the work that was done as part of the 2014 interchange study. So there wasn't much change on the last piece on the slide, but with some slight revisions that we are proposing. So for mainline alternatives, based on, I've mentioned all the alternatives that we have considered to date, and in weighing what alternatives to move forward into the final or into the phase 2 or the detailed traffic operations analysis, we are considering each of these alternatives, their impact to transportation needs. Transportation needs in terms of improved mobility, providing transit advantage, any advantage to freight on the corridor, lane utilization as another criteria that we considered under transportation needs. We also looked at how each of these alternatives are in line with current regional plans in terms of congestion, providing a congestion-free alternative in the future. Similarly, we also, the current regional plans promote HOV, which is high occupancy vehicle advantage, and also transit advantage, so buses on the corridor. We also weighed all these alternatives in relation to their impacts to socio-economic and environmental impacts. And the last piece was how fiscal constraints, how each of these compares with each other. So through that, we are proposing to continue with the general purpose lane alternative into the detailed traffic analysis, plus the min-pass lane alternative. I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation that the work that was done on the 35W494, most of it was done back in 2014, and through the 2014 interchange study, that study recommended a flyover ramp from northbound 35W to westbound 494, and I should have mentioned that this part of the money that we got from the legislature, 70 million of it was to implement a a particular phase of this interchange vision. And that phase is the flyover from northbound 35W to westbound 494. However, back in 2014, there wasn't a detailed traffic operations analysis done. So as part of the current environmental permitting phase, we are going to be looking at traffic operations, and as part of that, the high-level analysis that we have done, it looks like there is a chance that we could eliminate some of the ramps on the north side of 82nd Street. So we reached out to the public, posing that same question, and 65% were from the people that we surveyed. So it was an online survey. We had from about 1,400 participants of the survey. We also introduced this question at the public open house that was held at the beginning of the year. About 80 people participated attended the open house. So 65% are in support of changing the access of the ramps at 82nd. The other concerns that they raised, of course, were during construction, how the department is planning to manage traffic. The last piece of my presentation is the access reconfiguration between Lindell and Highway 77. So the red line here is a project that the city of Richfield has been leading to connect 77th Street to 24th Street through here. Project development is about 80% done. The city is continuing to look for funding to complete the project. Currently, we are anticipating that project to be under construction in the start of 2021. So we are calling it reconfiguration because we are not, technically we are not reducing the number of accesses in this area. But the reason why the department is proposing this is some of the congestion that is being experienced on the corridor is due to the access spacing between the four interchanges. So I'll say pretty much 5 from 35W to Highway 77. So as commuters are getting on and off the highway, they are causing conflicting points, conflicting and merging points. So traffic backs up, and with the traffic backing up, then we do experience safety issues as well. So we have also registered a number of crashes at these locations. So solution that would be for us to manage that spacing. The 3 alternatives that we considered was to eliminate access at 12th and Portland and rebuild the Nicollet Avenue Bridge to accommodate all the access. We looked at the similar to the mainline alternatives, impacts to right-of-way, impacts to businesses along the area, traffic operations in the network between Lindell and Highway 77. We went through the similar exercise with access at Portland, and another option we also considered was splitting that access between Nicollet and Portland. So from the high-level analysis that we performed, we're recommending to continue with full access at Portland and eliminating the ramps on Nicollet and 12th. There will remain overpasses using the local road system that will be 77th and American Boulevard to continue their access across the highway. You should also note that some of this work, nearly all the work on the corridor goes back as early as 2000, when there was an environmental document that was published, and we are capturing the remaining pieces that haven't been implemented in that study. And those remaining pieces would be the access reconfiguration at these locations. We did reach out to the public, posing a similar question on whether they would support this access reconfiguration. The same number that I talked to last time, about 1,500 people that we heard from. And the slide shows that we had mostly from the businesses, commuters, and residents that are using these accesses on a daily basis. And from that survey, 64% were in support of relocating the full access at Portland. So the stage that we are moving in right now is that from the 5 or so alternatives that have been considered for mainline and the access reconfiguration, we have narrowed those down to 3 for mainline. The no additional lane is more of a comparison, so it's more the baseline that we'll be comparing all our proposals to see how they do address the project purpose and need. Similar to the access reconfiguration, I did mention that we are moving forward with full access at Portland. And the 35W 494 interchange, we're just carrying forward the vision that was done in 2014 with that slight modification, if it is warranted, at 82nd. So in this phase, we do perform the detailed traffic analysis to see how each of these alternatives best addresses the purpose and need, and how they also impact or compare the socio-economic and environmental aspects or factors along the corridor. So once we know that, we are hoping that in the next 2 or so months, we are going to continue our public engagement efforts. One, informing the public of what we are doing. And secondly, we are always open to keeping our listening ears on. We want the project to be led and governed by the public and our local partners. So that will continue through, and in the next 3 or 4 months, we are hoping that we have done the detailed analysis, and we are ready to recommend an alternative that the public would be commenting on as part of the environmental permit that we are requesting from the Federal Highway Administration. So with that, Mayor, I would also like to take the opportunity to thank city staff, Manager Neil, Director Milner. They have been very helpful. Andrew Scorpioni have been very helpful in helping us bring the reports back on what they're hearing from the city councils, their members, and helping us to promote and inform the public on our project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lotaya. Did you have any, council members have any questions or comments? Did you see a preferred alternative in there you wanted to advance here? This is your chance.
I just have one quick question. I think this is great. Anything that we can do to improve 494 is going to improve our neighborhoods, because people are literally cutting through Edina because 494 doesn't work. But that's nothing new, right? We all know that. My question is, when you're doing planning that's been going on this long, and we know construction wouldn't start till I think it's 2023. When you're doing that kind of planning, do you start looking at the technologies that are coming toward us, like autonomous vehicles and that sort of thing, and how does that play into when you're looking at this kind of design?
So thank you, Councilmember Fisher. So one of the alternatives that was suggested as part of the no-build solution was to look at exactly technology. Well, how can technology improve? We know currently that the system is, I don't want to say fully built with technology, but it has a very aggressive technology system out there already that manages traffic. So once we recommend an alternative, then we will continue bringing in those aspects of technology to further help the lane addition, if that's a solution that traffic shows that should happen. So yes, it's going to be incorporated as part of the ultimate solution that is built.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I'm going to make a pitch for the full turbine interchange. I think that's the way to go there. And then I would just comment, I think what we want to do is stay as flexible as possible on the lanes. So the best lane flexibility, maybe it looks like with MinPass, to accommodate any future technologies that may evolve. I think it's premature to be thinking about a fixed guideway bus system on 494. So if we give ourselves more flexibility with a MinPass style lane that could be converted later on into general purpose or designed in a way where we can accommodate new technologies, I just say try to be as flexible as you can, would be my general thought. Member Brindle.
Thank you. Hi, Andrew. When are you scheduled to give this presentation to the 494 Corridor Commission?
So I believe this presentation was already given by another team member, Ms. Amber Blanchard.
All right.
Yes.
So this is the same one?
This is the same one,
okay.
Yes. Yeah.
All right. Well, the Corridor Commission is a member organization. Edina is one of 5 members on the 494 Corridor Commission. Our purpose is to look at how 494 can run more efficiently and to try to inform projects like this. So we have been talking about, as a commission, we have been talking about the 35W 494 corridor, the interchange for several years. It's been on our top legislative priority for funding from the state and from federal. And a little piece was that red line of the 77th Street underpass that's very important to Richfield, so they have access to the south side of 494, the Mall of America, and some of the commerce that's over there, so that they have more fluid access, because when that flyover goes, it totally bypasses Richfield. It comes up, gets you smoothly from Bloomington, and it lands, by the time it lands, it is out of Richfield. So so that underpass is going to be very important to Richfield. But as a commission, we have talked about the various lane alignments, and we're in agreement with Mayor Hovland that we are. I can't say we're in agreement. I don't know that we've actually said this is what we want, but every time we've talked about it, it's been MinPass that we've said, yeah, I think we really like that one. So if you need a motion from the commission to tell you exactly which one of those lane alignments the commission would prefer, we can certainly do that.
We'll take that into consideration. Thank
Okay.
you.
I really want to thank MnDOT for advancing this project too. To me, I think everybody, they recognize that 494 is not only Minnesota's Main Street, but it's Main Street for the upper Midwest, and the traffic that flows through there daily, probably approaching 300,000 cars a day. That interchange is the most important interchange in the upper Midwest, so I think it's really important to get it right, and so that it's right for a long time, and that's why I favor the full turbine interchange. Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Lataya.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Crockett, thank you for coming this evening. All right. Now it is on to, we got Brian Olson from our Public Works Department here, our head of Public Works. It is National Public Works Week coming up. Mr. Olson, come on up as I'm reading the proclamation for National Public Works Week. May 19th through the 25th, 2019, whereas public works services provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' everyday lives. And whereas the support of an understanding and informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works systems and programs such as water, sewers, and streets. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities and services, and whereas, the quality and effectiveness of these facilities, as well as their planning, design, and construction, is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skill of public works officials. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff public works departments is materially influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the importance of the work they perform, now therefore the City Council of the City of Edina does hereby proclaim the week of May 19th through the 25th, 2019 as National Public Works Week in the City of Edina. and call upon all citizens and civic organizations to acquaint themselves with the issues involved in providing our public works and to recognize the contributions which public works officials make every day to our health, safety, comfort, and quality of life. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and second to adopt the proclamation designating May 19th through the 25th, 2019 as National Public Works Week. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Mr. Olson, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, for allowing me to speak on behalf of the 30,000 public works and engineering professionals across the United States that provide and maintain the infrastructure that allows us the quality of life that we enjoy. The theme this year is It Starts Here, and it represents the many facets of modern civilization that grew out of the efforts put forth by the public works and engineering professionals across North America. Might ask, what starts here? Infrastructure starts with public works. Growth and innovation starts with public works. Mobility starts with public works. Security and healthy communities starts with public works. The bottom line is our quality of life starts with public works. For the last 59 years, National Public Works Week is designed to increase the public awareness of what we do. Thank you for reading the proclamation this evening. Whether that's preparing our community for flooding, ensuring a reliable water and sewer system, or making sure our streets are safe to drive, your Public Works and Engineering Department are dedicated to providing excellent public service. Thank you for recognizing National Public Works Week, and with that, the Edina Public Works and Engineering Departments.
All right, good. Thank you very much. You had mentioned the flooding issue, and we're in a vulnerable period of time here with respect to water management, potential flooding going on. I think you folks have been doing just a terrific job, and you might talk a little bit about what you've been doing to help prepare folks along the creek and other places that are subject to flooding, and how they go about getting sandbags if they happen to need them, if we get into a period where they're necessary.
We've created over 7,500 sandbags, and we've delivered about 19 pallets of sandbags to residents within this community. Since March 14th, when the Lake Minnetonka Dam opened and they started discharging water, we've been on the lookout at least 2 or 3 times a day, looking at the discharge rates from Lake Minnetonka and seeing how the creek elevations are responding to the discharge that's coming from the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District. So we're very well prepared, and every rain, it seems like it is a little nerve-wracking in terms of how much rain we get, but Minnehaha Creek Watershed District has done an excellent job in kind of looking at the forecasted rainfall event and then adjusting as best they can. If you remember back in 2014, it took us almost 2.5 months to get back to where we were at normal elevation with full creek discharge. So I got to give my hats off to the guys down at the shop that are watching that and inspecting it daily.
Good. Well, we know that our residents really appreciate the work that your crew does. We can see it in the quality of life survey where way in excess of 90% of the folks are saying the service by Public Works is outstanding. And for folks in the audience that don't know this, we're #1 in the U.S. in snow plowing. So take that home with you tonight. And I'm going to walk down and hand you this.
I didn't know that was official yet.
Well, I'm relying on the last quality of life survey.
If the mayor says it enough, it becomes official, right?
Where's my keys, guys? Thank you.
we've got one more proclamation this evening, and that is with respect to Preservation Month, and then we've got a presentation as well by Emily Boddicker from our staff. But here's the proclamation regarding Preservation Month, designating May 2019 as Preservation Month. Whereas historic preservation is an effective tool for managing growth and sustainable development, revitalizing neighborhoods, fostering local pride, and maintaining community character while enhancing livability. And whereas historic preservation is relevant for communities across the nation, both urban and rural, and for Americans of all ages, all walks of life, and all ethnic backgrounds. And whereas it is important to celebrate the role of history in our lives and contributions made by dedicated individuals in helping to preserve the tangible aspects of the heritage that has shaped us as a people. And whereas This Place Matters is the theme for Preservation Month 2019, sponsored by the Edina Heritage Preservation Commission, now therefore the City Council of the City of Edina does hereby proclaim May 2019 as Preservation Month, and calls upon the people of Edina to join their fellow residents in recognizing and participating in this special observance. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation? Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation?
Second.
Got a motion and second to adopt the proclamation designating May 2019 as Preservation Month in the City of Edina. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Carried. And I'm going to hold off on bringing us down because we've got something else that we want to talk about too, and you've got some folks in the audience that are going to join you, I think, for the next portion of the presentation at some point in time. So,
Yes.
Ms. Boddicker, go ahead.
Thank you. This year, in celebration of Preservation Month, the Heritage Preservation Commission has awarded the 44th and France Small Area Plan the 2019 Edina Heritage Award. The nomination commended the 44th and France Small Area Plan and its volunteers for their work to preserve the village-like character of one of the oldest areas in Edina. The 44th and France commercial area was developed primarily between 1905 and 1936 around the former Como-Harriet streetcar line. The plan includes an individual chapter on heritage preservation and highlights 3 properties that are determined eligible for City of Edina Heritage Landmark designation. Those 3 buildings are Oddfellows Hall, which was built in 1918, the commercial building at France and Sunnyside, built in 1920, and the Convention Grill, which was built in 1936. The nomination includes names of volunteers from the working group and the community who volunteered significant time ensuring a process that considered all voices and ended in an outcome that was a true compromise of interests. The nomination states that these volunteers are responsible for a plan that allows significant development of one of Edina's earliest commercial hubs while also laying guidance for future preservation efforts. So tonight's working group co-chairs and planning commissioners Sheila Berube and Jimmy Bennett are here. They're also here along with other work group members and additional community volunteers that were recognized.
Good. Well, I've got the 2019 Edina Heritage Award here, and I want to show this to folks. I'm going to read it, and then I'm going to walk down for the presentation. 2019 Edina Heritage Award presented to the 44th and France Small Area Plan, recognized for the effort in preserving the village-like character of the 44th and France commercial node, May 21, 2019. So congratulations to everybody that worked on that team together. Emily, here's the proclamation. And Lou, you want to come up? If anybody wants to make a few remarks after we get our photo taken,
All right, get close, guys.
Should we be as enthusiastic?
Lots of teeth. Yeah, there we go. Lou, I can almost see her teeth.
It's going to be hard to match that public works enthusiasm.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay.
Take that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, do one of you want to make a comment about the work that was done? Sure.
You go ahead. I'll hold the award.
Hey. All right.
Why don't you introduce yourself too?
Yeah, I'm Jimmy Bennett. I serve on the Planning Commission along with Sheila Berube. So I have a couple things I'd like to share. So 44th and France is a really special place, and we're lucky in Edina to have neighborhood nodes like it. 70th and Cahill, Wooddale Valley View. So if we weren't to do anything, what would happen over time is developers would kind of piecemeal and kind of control the change of these areas we love. And so the council in the last comp plan, put it on us to address some of these small areas and maybe put together a plan to help address that. And so that's really what we did. This plan is a long-range planning tool and guidance for the city, developers, and citizens to kind of get behind for the vision and the potential for change in an area. So the real goal is to preserve the things we love about the area, as well as enhance some of those elements and address some of the shortfalls. So in this area is pedestrian safety, some connections, parking, and a community gathering space. So there was about a year of meetings with the Small Area Plan Working Group, 3 community workshops, and a lot of public engagement. We love this area, and we came to find out the citizens of Morningside definitely love it more. Super passionate, intelligent, and engaged people, and no one had the right answer right away, and a lot of different points of view. But over time, consensus was built. And it really took the time, and it took getting together and in person and sharing opinions till we got to a place that everyone was really comfortable with. So, we're up here representing a lot of other people. So if you know anyone in that area that helped, thank them for all their work, especially the Small Area Plan Working Group members. We had Katie Ayotte, Lou Miranda, Ron Berg, Mike Platter, Lisa Fagan, Rebecca Sorensen, and Eric Olson. So if you know any of those people, thank them, because they put in a lot of work toward this, and now a lot of the heavy lifting's out of the way. It's kind of on the city to do a lot of things that we identified, as well as us as a planning commission and the council to kind of help navigate the changes that's coming, and it's coming, as we know. So thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you. Thank you, Sheila, and thank you, Lou, as well, for coming over this evening. All right, we're going to move on to the public hearing portion of the agenda, and Ms. Boddicker, thank you, too. We're going to move on to the public hearing portion of the agenda. We've got 2 public hearing matters this evening, and the first matter involves a potential project in the 70th and Cahill area. The specific address is 7075 through 79 Amundsen Avenue. And the applicant is MWF Properties. And Director Teague has this matter for introductory purposes.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. So as mentioned, this property is located in the 70th and Cahill area, the intersection of Amundsen Lane and 70th Street. The site's a little over an acre in size. It houses currently a vacant dry cleaners. The site is zoned planned industrial district, all the properties highlighted in yellow. As a result of the approval of the small area plan for 70th and Cahill, the plan contemplates a change in land use for the east side of Amundsen to neighborhood node, so changing that land use from industrial. With that, commercial and residential uses would be allowed uses. The maximum density within that small area plan is up to 50 units an acre. Another change is an increase in height with that small area plan. Currently, the zoning maximum is 4 stories and 48 feet. The small area plan contemplates 5 stories and 63 feet for this site. So this is a look at the site elements within the small area plan. So here is the site that we're looking at. The plan contemplates a Woonerf and a connection to the regional bike trail that is located on the adjacent city-owned property to the east. There's a lot of grade in this area, so to make that connection is better suited at the south end of this site, and we'll see that in a minute.
The applicant did go through sketch plan review. This is a look at the site plan that was considered, and they've made a number of changes based on the feedback from City Council. Again, here's a look at the building. So some of those changes that they've made, they're proposing a dedication of a 17-foot trail easement to provide that connection to the regional trail. The thought there is when the property to the south, we need to rezone that as part of the comprehensive plan once that's approved by Met Council. That at that time, we would consider taking that additional easement on that property. They've improved the architecture of the building, created more building articulation, added planters and patios. They've expanded the outdoor activity area on the backside of the building, including additional green space. They've provided a direct connection to the regional trail and reduced parking on the site. So here's a look at the proposal. It's a 62-unit all affordable housing project. This is a look from the regional trail site, so on the east side. Here's that direct connection to the trail into the site. I'll let the applicant go through in more detail describing the building. This is from the Amundsen side of the site. So with that, this request requires a rezoning from planned industrial to planned unit development. That's the tool that we use to ensure the affordable housing. A preliminary plat is also proposed and a preliminary development plan. So because this is a rezoning, the city does have discretion for approval or denial. We have amended the comprehensive plan subject to Met Council approval, but the city does still have significant discretion in terms of the rezoning that's requested. So review of the site plan. This is that 17-foot trail easement area. They would do some landscaping in there initially. So you can see the expanded green space as it blends into the park. Here's the regional trail that comes through. A sidewalk along Amundsen is proposed. Access to the site off Amundsen into underground parking facility located at the south side of the building. So here's a look at that 17-foot trail easement that's proposed. So again, it would be landscaped. Should we not acquire that easement to the south, potentially we could make that connection at least to the back of the property, and they've provided an example of how that might be accomplished. In terms of landscaping, the proposal is in excess of the landscaping requirements that we have. A traffic study was done by Wank & Associates. Ed Terhar is here from Wank, who completed the study. The study concludes that the proposed, while it's short park based on our zoning ordinance, the proposed parking would be adequate to serve the project, and that there wouldn't be negative impacts on the adjacent roadways. Again, Ed is here to answer any questions that may come up in regard to those two items. They are requesting a plat, but it simply combines. There are two existing lots, and it does just combines those. Flexibility is requested through the planned unit development zoning designation, and that flexibility is in regard to the required setbacks, which are based on the height of the building. Also flexibility in terms of the building height from our current ordinance, but the height is consistent with the small area plan. So primary issue to consider is the proposed rezoning to PUD justified for this site. Both staff and the Planning Commission believe that the PUD and the rezoning are justified. The proposal is consistent with the small area plan in terms of building height, use, and density. The previous use, that dry cleaning, would not be allowed under the small area plan. The proposed project with 62 units dedicated for affordable housing would help meet the city's affordable housing goal that we've established with the Met Council at 1,220 new units by the year 2030. We also believe that it does meet our PUD zoning criteria. Again, the number one item being the provision of affordable housing. The connections to the regional trail, much improved development compared to what's there today. Underground parking, especially with an affordable housing project, is a positive for this project. We would see that this being a catalyst for future development in this area, kind of get this 70th and Cahill area kick-started. Again, the traffic study supports the project. And with that, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of the preliminary rezoning. Should the council approve the project, we would ask for first reading of the ordinance amendment, and then the applicant would come back for final approval and the second reading of the ordinance. And it is subject to the findings and conditions that are outlined. With that, I can stand for any questions you may have.
Questions at this point in time for Director Teague?
Peter Worthington is here from MWF to make a presentation.
Say that
as
again,
well.
please. I was just thinking about something.
Peter Worthington is here from MWF, who has a presentation as well.
All right, and have you indicated, Mr. Worthington, how much time he would have?
Yeah, about 15 minutes.
All right, okay. Thank you, Director Teague. Mr. Worthington, welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you again. Get the technology warmed up here.
So we'll take you to about 8:30, Mr. Worthington. Apparently that's what Director Teague indicated you'd have for time. It may, if folks have questions, we'll be mindful of that too. And so.
We do what Kerry says. Thank you, members of the council. Peter Worthington. Peter Worthington with MWF Properties, 7645 Lindell Avenue South in Richfield. I just have a very short presentation to talk a little bit about us, a little bit about the project, both in terms of the architecture and the business side, and then I'll stand for any questions you may have. So just a little bit about us. We've been doing affordable housing since 2000. We've got about 1,800 units now in operation. We've got 24 communities. They're all entirely affordable housing. We've got about 4 under construction now. We're about to break ground on 2 more. It's all we do, and we do it well. Everybody knows where the site is. I think Kerry talked a bit about the site plan. There we go. Some differences from last time.
Sure. I think that's a good idea that you talk about the differences between sketch plan and now.
Yes, correct. So at sketch plan, we had parking up along this side of the building, which kind of pinched the building towards the east side. We reduced the amount of parking necessary, which allowed us to eliminate all of the parking north of this bump out. This bump out is actually the main entrance to the building. That allowed us to shift the whole building to the east by a couple of feet and the north half of the building by a few more feet than that. That allowed us to create some additional green space along Emerson, along the building. It also allowed us to develop this area as a much greater amount of green space. And in fact, one of the things that we proposed to do, which as a result of, I think, one of the suggestions here last time, was to try to integrate our lawn, if you will, with the trail. So one of the things we're proposing to do is to regrade and landscape a bit of the city land here, and you'll just see in one of the renderings later on the effect of that. What we also did was to, recognizing that the parking garage is fully buried at the north end of the building, but it's exposed as you get to the south. To avoid the west face of the south wall to be too massive, we decided to break it up, and it'll be more clear in some of the subsequent drawings. But we envision a couple of things here: a series of stepped planters that will be have plants that grow vertically and droop over the walls. What we also did was to activate this side of the building. We're going to have patios for the units that are on the first floor on this side of the building. So these patios, these first 3 patios are ranging from 10 or so feet off the ground to just a couple of feet. And then at the north end of the building, these are all on grade. But again, the idea there was to create some activity on the Emerson side. That's what the building looks like now from Emerson. This is a rendering of what that elevation will look like. And you can see down here the effect of the stepped planters to kind of break up that massing of the building. And you can see on the first floor, we've created some architectural details over these doors, which are patio doors, with the idea of making the first floor look and feel a bit different from the rest of the building. This is a view from the southeast corner. You can see the projection of the part of the building that has the entry. It's kind of a split entry. Enter on one level and you go up a half flight of stairs to get to the main floor. Notice also that this fourth floor steps back significantly from the south side, a little bit less so from the north side, and by use of the different materials on that floor along with the step back, again, we've tried to make that feel like a different floor, almost like a penthouse. So this doesn't feel like a four-story building. It feels like a podium, a couple of stories, and then a penthouse. This is a view, an aerial view taken from over the trail, where you can see the effect of eliminating the parking and developing that a larger green space and regrading it so that it's sort of continuation from our lawn into the park to encourage our people to use the park and to create a connection between our building and the park. That was one of the messages we heard last time, was to make some greater connection between our building and the trail, and so that's what we've tried to do. This is the elevation site section, from the Amundsen side. You can see there's 70th Street, and really, depending on where you are on 70th Street, it'll almost read like a three-story building, even though it is 4 stories of apartments over underground parking. At the south end of the building, there's our driveway, and then this is the area where we're proposing would be the trail connection. This is the trail connection. Carrie talked about it a bit. The concept is we would propose to landscape this now, reflecting the existing grade, but creating a way for us to plant the trees so that in the future, when perhaps the city has acquired additional land to the south, there could be quite a wide trail. If that doesn't happen, there's still plenty of space for a trail connection from Amundsen across the south side of our property to the trail. Here you can see the dashed lines at the garage level show basically the lines of the footings of the various stepped planters. So there's a lot of articulation along that side of the building. Oops. There you can see the patios that we would create on the Amundsen side with the planters around it, and the architectural trellis that's over the patios on the first floor. A little bit of talk about the features. It's an affordable housing project. We try to put as many amenities in there as we can. On-site management, we have 20 property managers there that's every day. We have community room, fitness center, 24-hour surveillance. It's a secured access building. Underground parking, which is included in the rent. We don't charge for it because we want people to use it and not have a reason to not use it. We put laundries in the units, and we incorporate as many green building features as we can. This is kind of a 3D rendering of what a one-bedroom apartment would look like, what a two-bedroom apartment would look like, and one of our 3-bedroom apartments. Again, you can see the in-unit laundries. Some aspects about the project. 62 units, a mixture of 1-bedrooms, 2-bedrooms, and 3-bedrooms. 4 stories over parking. The apartment sizes average about 700 for a 1, 1,000 for a 2, and 1,200 for a 3-bedroom unit. Rent and income limits for the 1-bedroom units, we're looking at about 722, targeting the 30% AMI income level. For the 2 bedrooms, about 1,068, targeting the 60% AMI. And for the 3 bedrooms, we've got a couple of tiers there of 60 and 70. When you add it all up, it averages at the 60% AMI over the whole project. Oops, I got cut off. It's a tax-fair project, so in exchange for receiving federal income tax credits, we agree to maintain a level of affordability. It's a key piece we get admitted there. We've committed to maintaining this level of affordability for 40 years. And in other meetings, the questions came up about the income limits. So these are the income limits and it's by household size. So for example, at the 30% income limit for a household of 2, which is the most that you can have in a 1-bedroom, the income limit there would be $24,000. The income limit for a 3-bedroom at the 60% AMI would be, with the most residents of 6, which is the most you can have in a 3-bedroom, that would be $69,600. So those are the 60% of the area median income. We did some people have asked who lives in our buildings. This is a representative sample for one of our other metro properties. We have a fair amount of retirees, but it's all over the map on who lives with us. Summary development schedule, land use approvals this summer. We have a significant deadline looming on June 3rd, which is our application to Minnesota Housing for funding for this round. We'll hear about that in late October, and if we're lucky, then we begin the closing process in November. We would expect, and that takes several months, we expect then that we would close on the financing in April of next year, and then we'd have the construction completed in about a year and lease up done by June of 21. So, questions?
All right, thanks, Mr. Worthington. Questions for Mr. Worthington right now? Anyone?
I do.
Member Anderson?
Thank you. Just a comment more than a question. Thank you. I know it's obvious that you spent quite a bit of time reviewing the architecture. It's much cleaner. I was hoping for maybe some historical elements, a little difference in architecture that might reflect the intention of the small area plan across the street. Is there any possibility of that still occurring?
Well, we've talked about that. There's a whole variety of architecture in the neighborhood, so it's hard to know exactly what is representative architecture. We certainly are open to having further discussions with staff about what we might incorporate there, but it's not exactly clear what that architecture would be.
Okay. Second question, have you considered at all along the way that this could potentially, I see a lot of retirees noted in here, have you considered at all that this could potentially be age-restricted housing?
Right now, that age-restricted housing is not supported by the type of funding mechanism that we have access to.
I see. Okay. Thank you.
Good. Anyone else at this point in time? Member Fisher, did you?
This is dangerously getting into the weeds, but I'm just very curious about your roof shape. You've got a V shape, which I would imagine drains the water to the middle. What drove that shape, and what's the strategy for getting all that water out to where it needs to be?
Well, to answer your first question, you'd have to read the mind of the architect.
That's really hard to do.
It's really hard to do.
Since you are one.
We obviously would have roof drains in right?
I mean, it just, it's an interesting strategy.
Yeah, we wanted to, it also, see if it's a better view. Yeah, there you can see it better. We also, the architect, and I'm convinced he's right, also believe that, if you recall in the sketch plan, the facade was a parapet that would go up and down, pretty conventional. This one we said, because we have to step back the building, the fourth floor, let's do something that really makes it stand out, and so we put this wing on it. So it's a continuous eave. I don't want to say mid-century modern because that would be wrong, but it's different than just our parapet wall that goes up and down. So we try to make it different and be a little bit unique.
Yeah, I think there can be some real benefits to that strategy. I was just, you don't see it every day. And I think it helps keep the height down at the edges of the building.
Yeah.
And it's not a flat roof, which always,
right.
There's no such thing as a truly flat roof, so you might as well just pitch
Certainly
it.
hope not.
Yeah. And I'm not sure if this question is for you or maybe it's for Carrie, but where are we at with the, and by the way, really a terrific job of responding to, I remember that sketch plan review, and I've watched it from the Planning Commission, and talk about a lot of different comments that sometimes were conflicting.
Yeah.
I think you really managed that very well. The issue of street parking in front of this building, it looks like there's street parking there today that I can tell from aerial photos. Is that something, and we're not encroaching on that, was that something that we would anticipate still having?
I think we would at this time. Should it become a problem, it's something we could address in the future.
Because I know there was some discussion of it at the Planning Commission, and I actually think that village impact, you're better off with street parking, especially in this case. Remember, the challenge we had was trying to fit in a sidewalk and some green, right, and then a building. And the sidewalk has to be right on the curb, and the best thing to do if you have a sidewalk on the curb is make sure there's parking there, so you don't have cars driving within inches of pedestrians. So I think that would be something, I just didn't hear it come up in other conversations. So.
Yeah, we're certainly not depending upon street parking. We're quite comfortable with the 1.5 stalls per unit that we have on the property.
Yeah, and I'm not thinking about it in terms of residents or anything like that, but I think visitors, and ultimately as this small area plan builds out and we're encouraging, the
usually trail,
other, it could be trail usage, it could be all kinds of things. I think having some street parking is actually a good thing.
Thank you. Member Brindle.
I have a couple things. Thank you. Hi, Peter.
Hi, Mary.
So street parking, I did talk kind of extensively about it when you were here for the sketch plan review, because I felt like it does engage that side of the building. And it also, knowing that that line of cars is a method of protection of people on the lawn, between the traffic on Amundsen Avenue and people on the lawn itself. You have a line of cars, and that can be used as some protection. So looking at, I've got a bunch of comments here, but I just want to zone in on a couple of the sustainability things. So is this an Energy Star building? No. So but it will have Energy Star appliances in it.
Correct.
So what's the difference between having an Energy Star building and a building that has Energy Star appliances in it?
There are some features, some design features that we found are hard for us to afford and still stay under the development cost caps. Mm-hmm. We will work with Excel and their EDA program and look for opportunities in our systems design to achieve efficiencies. But we found that the cost of complying with the Energy Star building requirements creates some costs that work against us.
Kind of the same concept of LEED. It's quite
Yes,
expensive
exactly.
to get LEED certification.
Exactly.
Okay. And then with regard to pervious surfaces, so we've got parking lot on the east side, we've got parking lot, we've got some sidewalk areas. Why can't they be pervious?
Because we have contaminated soils. There's PCE in the ground, and so we're not allowed to infiltrate in this site. We're going to have to capture. We'll do our filtration through some specially designed wells, but we're not supposed to let the water percolate into the soil.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Worthington, you indicated that you were comfortable with your parking ratio at 1.5 stalls per unit. You are underparked, and I'm wondering what your observations are on that, why you think that'll work.
Our own experience with other communities about how many parking stalls we need. 1.5 is a good number. It works for us.
All right. And Mr. Tahar, you want to come up and give us your observations as a consultant for the city as to why you think we should be comfortable being underparked?
Sure. We, as part of the study, we did look at the parking generation using the ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineers data for an apartment building. And based on the number of units and that rate for an apartment building of this size, it did show that the number of spaces that they're proposing is adequate. So I'm comfortable with that number as well.
All right, good. All right, thank you.
Yep.
Anything else for Mr. Worthington at this point in time?
Any more questions?
No. Member Anderson.
Mr. Worthington, I'm just wondering, smoking. Is that what's your policy in your buildings?
No smoking.
No smoking. Great. Thank you so much.
We just had this conversation upstairs with our health commission, so that's
is that the right answer?
It's going to be a question we ask everybody now that does multifamily.
We better start.
Very good.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Worthington, stand by. We're going to open this matter up for public testimony. This is a public hearing. People have a right to be here and testify and give us their thoughts about the proposed project. So if you want to come forward, folks that are interested in testifying, as you may recall at the beginning of the meeting, you'll have 3 minutes. You'll get a green light when you should start, or I guess actually you could just start testifying. Make sure you introduce yourself, give us your address, and then you'll get a yellow light when you've got 30 seconds left, and then be thinking about wrapping up your comments, because we'll want to make sure that we treat everybody fairly from a time standpoint. So yes, please come forward.
Good evening, Mayor
Good evening.
and City Council. My name is Lonnie Screntner. I live at 7510 Cahill Road, apartment 208B. So this is my neighborhood that we are talking about. And I'm here tonight to support both the development and the rezoning, and the affordability nature of the development. We have in our neighborhood already a wide variety of affordability, from Ron Clark 5,000 square foot townhouses down to our development of Wynwood, which is mostly 1,250 square feet, 2-bedroom units, where we have 200 units on our property. I like this development, the access to Highway 100, the access to the regional trail, the presence of Creekside, which has already been developed sort of in the same area. I think changing the character of that particular piece of the industrial area makes sense. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Ms. Krentner. Anyone else?
Your Honor, members of council, my name is Floyd Grable. I live at 7510 Cahill Road, upstairs from Lonnie. This is, as she said, this is my neighborhood as well. I'm talking for two reasons. One, there was a lot of discussion of this project on Next Door. And most of the discussion on Next Door centered around all the problems that this was going to cause. The school was going to be overcrowded and traffic was going to be a mess. Cats and dogs were going to live together, and so on and so on and so on. All the arguments that you hear when there's a development project suggested for the city. These were the same arguments that were made when we did 66 West, which was an affordable housing project. And those arguments were bogus then. Those arguments are bogus now. We have in the city of Edina a goal to create affordable housing units. And I've seen the Planning Commission and the City Council stand on their heads trying to get developers to include affordable housing units within their development. And here you have an opportunity to pick up 62 units just like that. So I am supporting this project. I am supporting the affordability. The people who are going to live here are not those low-income people that we don't want in the neighborhood. These are people who work in Edina, who support Edina, who provide, who make good neighbors for Edina, and this is a great project for my neighborhood and for the city as well. And I thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Grable. Anyone else?
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Hope Melton. I live at 4825 Valley View Road in Edina. When this project began, there was a good deal of consternation about the timing. The 70th and Cahill small area plan was being finalized, I believe, when suddenly an affordable housing project jumped into the mix. But as ensuing reviews by both the Planning Commission and the Council proceeded, the project and its acceptance improved. 75, 59 Amundsen will add 62 units of affordable workforce housing to our community. That's young teachers, other school district and city staff, staff at the Southdale Medical Complex, employees of service sector businesses, particularly at Southdale, and some Edina seniors who want to downsize from their single-family homes, stay in this community, and not live in age-segregated senior housing. This 100% affordable building will be close to businesses, services, and transit in the Cahill commercial node and in the Southdale district. Adding housing at this location increases the likelihood of improved public transit that will support future development, both residential and commercial. Adding housing at this location will support businesses in the commercial node. It will also enhance safety in this area, with additional eyes on the street 24/7. The site will provide a direct connection to the regional trail system that will be a benefit to residents and surrounding neighborhoods and beyond. This 100% affordable project will make a positive contribution to the Cahill and 70th community, to our local businesses, and the larger community. I urge you to approve the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Melton. Anyone else wish to testify? Yes, sir. Mr. Bennett, welcome back.
Hello. Jimmy Bennett, Planning Commission, live at 5332 Interlochen Boulevard. I was one of the two that did not vote for this or did not recommend to you guys for approval. I want to make it clear I 100% support the project. It's just for me and in my position, and it might be different for you, the unknown of the connection from the path through this project or around the project wasn't enough. That unknown was, it's very important to me that that's addressed. So if you guys have that as a 100% clear vision, like you know that you're gonna get this land or you're gonna be able to negotiate that to get the trail connection, so be it. But I just wanna put that pressure. If that's coming 5-10 years down the road, I don't think that's acceptable. So if we can integrate in this project, if you aren't sure about getting that land, I'd recommend doing so, as this project is a gateway for a lot of people that are walking or biking. You will see this project as you see 70th and Cahill. And then one other thing I didn't mention last time, but we talked about the on the city property, just enhancing that water feature, maybe contemplate some sort of element that identifies that area as 70th and Cahill. You're coming up to it, but that connection is very important, so thank you.
Good, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Anyone else?
Hello, Mayor and council members. My name is Ann Swenson. I'm at 6021 Concord Avenue. I'm also a member of the foundation, Edina Housing Foundation. We're the group that originally bought this piece of property and saw the vision to put affordable housing here. You also have on your dais a letter from us in support of this project written by our president, Jeff Huggett. I'm here to represent the foundation and to encourage you to support this plan. The reason we chose MWF after we looked at a number of groups and interviewed 3 in a final process is they do build quality buildings. They have a track record. They hold on to their buildings. They do their own services should that need to be done. I think they're really a quality company that does it. They do affordable housing and promise it for 40 years on this site. I think that's important to our community. I also think that we started out kind of in the middle of the small area plan because we came late to being able to buy this piece of property. So MWF and the people that we were interviewing looked at this, and then we didn't really know what was going to be possible because the small area plan hadn't been finished yet. We waited for it to be finished, and they were able to change their project to meet the density that that small area plan was passed with. And then they sat and listened to the Planning Commission and to you guys and changed their building to meet a lot of the comments that you brought forward. I think that shows you what a quality company they are. I also want to talk about the workforce housing we have here, because this is a very regulated kind of housing in the state of Minnesota. There are a lot of guidelines. The people that are going to be in here have to prove their income to be able to move in, and then it is checked on a regular basis. So there's a lot of oversight to the people that will be living in our community. I think we should be welcoming these people with open arms. I'm even excited the fact that you can be a senior and not want to live in senior housing, but have a limited income and have an option in our city. You could be a single mom with 3 kids and have an option in our city. I think that's really exciting. So for me, I'm hoping that you can support this, and our foundation does too. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Swenson.
It's a lot easier to sit up there than to talk down here.
You did just fine. Anyone else wish to come forward and testify? All right, I'm not hearing anything and seeing anyone coming forward. Is there a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
Second. We got a motion and second to close the public hearing. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Did any of the comments from the testifiers cause any council member to have questions they wanted to ask staff?
Yes.
Member Brindle.
Thank you. I think Jimmy Bennett's question is a very good one, and it regards the process and how, when could the property be acquired to provide that 17-foot easement and trail connection?
Yeah, thank you, council member. So once the Met Council approves the comprehensive plan, which would include the small area plan, the city has 9 months to bring into conformance, to reconcile the zoning conflict between the comprehensive plan and the current zoning. So we would bring forward a rezoning of that property. That could be one of the first things that we do in terms of the implementation steps from the comprehensive plan. So I would see bringing forward a rezoning probably, assuming the Met Council approves our plan in early 2020. So somewhere, maybe next summer, we would start to negotiate with that property owner to talk about that easement and the rezoning.
All right. Thank you.
Actually, I think that answers a question that was brought forth by a resident concerning Minnesota Statute 473865. And he was, this resident was questioning procedurally whether the rezoning can occur before the comp plan is approved. But I think you answered that we have 9 months to do that. So that rezoning can be approved tonight. The timing on that gets a little touchy. The concern brought here was, could the project be defeated later because we're out of procedure? And I think it's a good question.
That's an excellent question. I should clarify. The ordinance that's in front of you that says effective immediately upon passage, we would change that for second reading because we can't rezone it until the Met Council has approved our comprehensive plan. So we would change that language. So it would be, you can approve, at final rezoning, you could approve it contingent on Met Council approval of the comp plan.
Right. And that was why you mentioned at the very beginning of your comments that it would be you're requesting it on a first reading basis only relative to the ordinance change, potential ordinance change.
Correct.
All right, good. We've got two, Member Fisher.
I just wanted to, as long as we're talking about that trail connection, because it seems to be an important topic. There's an ideal trail configuration, and then there's, you can make it work configuration. And I think the 17 feet, we're already in the we can make it work realm. Obviously, we want to make it a more robust trail and make it a true gateway. But I think this property owner, just knowing how tight this site was, and we've all talked about it, I think they've given about as much as they can give for that trail. And I think we can certainly make that work.
Good. We've got two potential action items in front of us relative to this particular project. One's embodied in Resolution 2019-37, which is the preliminary rezoning from PID, Planned Industrial District, to PUD, Planned Unit Development at 7075 to 79 Amundsen Avenue for MWF properties. That one we can handle by a voice vote on a simple majority basis, I believe. Attorney Knudsen.
Mayor, both of these can be done by voice vote, and I would suggest one motion for both of them.
All right, despite the fact that we want to have the ordinance approved on a first reading basis only?
That's, you're approving on a first reading basis. That's part of the motion.
Okay. All right, so we can handle both the Resolution 2019-37 and Ordinance 2019-11 in a singular vote and on a first reading basis only?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Further discussion?
I just have one more question, and I think it's for Peter. What kind of staff will this building have?
We'll have a full-time property manager, and then we have a custodian and a maintenance person. So there are 3 people working at this site.
Okay, great, thank you.
All right, good. Member Fisher? Anything?
I just want to make a comment about, because this discussion came up at the Planning Commission, and then Councilmember Anderson mentioned that, what constitutes a village-type architecture. And I would argue that this is a larger multifamily building. It's not going to feel like little cute, little villagey buildings, but you made great progress in having those, the stoops and the units on the first floor. And I think that was a really important thing. I think some of the reaction we're still hearing out there, it might be more the color selection than the actual shape of the building. So I wouldn't go and try and change I think that you've come a long way in articulating the building, and it might be worth just studying some warmer tones, which just feels more comfortable for people. And I don't know if that's the right solution, but there's, that black and some of the dark stone, it's not a typical kind of material in Edina.
Carrie, did you bring that color board by any chance? Okay. So,
and I'm not one that wants to tell anyone how to design their buildings. I
appreciate that. Colors don't render very well on the images. We have a board, but your point's taken, and we can look at that further.
All right, and we have the ability to look at that between first reading and second?
We do. We do have a materials board, yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for taking a look at that, Mr. Worthington. All right. Any further discussion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Mr. Stoughton.
I just want to pause and reflect on what a success story this is. I mean, if you think about how many different threads have come together to get us to this day. I mean, we had the 70th and Cahill Small Area Plan, which was a collection of folks from the neighborhood talking about their vision for the future of that node. At the same time, you had the Edina Housing Foundation creatively seizing an opportunity, which those of us in government are rarely nimble enough to do, to find a property that could be a good property to redevelop for affordable housing. And then you had an applicant who came forward and kept, as Ms. Swenson said, kept modifying to try and fit the project into what we're looking for. And I think it's a terrific, win-win-win. We've got a new building and development in this area that starts this plan. That east side of the building, I mean, I thought you had a really tricky spot with trying to figure out whether to put the parking on the west side or the east side, because the east side would contaminate the trail access and the west side would contaminate the street view. I think you've finessed that beautifully. The grass space and how you're going to have a walk off of the trail right there at your back door and have that thing graded. Right now, it's kind of a standalone place that's on its own, and this begins to build the bridge. I understand that there's going to be details about the best way to build the bridge to the neighborhood, but to get an all-affordable housing project with this quality workmanship, the parking underneath, the laundry in every unit, and to be able to get a start on building the vision of the 70th and Cahill area is extraordinary. And I think, we all should pat ourselves on the back, because it was the entire community that's navigated to this, not without some anxiety, but we've gotten to a place where we've got a really nice project that I think is going to be a really great step forward in this area. And the comments I liked the best from the Planning Commission were by the neighbor, Steve Wright, who talked about doing Habitat for Humanity work in Southern California. And he said simply, I'm looking forward to meeting my new neighbors. And I think that really captures it, and I think we've got a terrific project, and this is how this stuff works. It takes a lot of effort, a lot of energy, but we've gotten to a really good place, and I will enthusiastically support it.
Good. Thank you. Anyone else want to comment, or want to vote and then comment? We can do either one. All right. All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Anybody else have comments? I think Member Staunton did a wonderful job of talking about what's occurred here, and it is remarkable when you think about the angst of the comp plan and this potential project coming forward, and at the same time, and all the voices out there that were expressing a great deal of concern, and here tonight we have nothing but affirmative voices for the project, and it's a remarkable outcome for our town. I'm really proud of the city of Edina for it. So thanks to everybody that worked on this. It was a great outcome.
And just a big thank you, because I mean, it demonstrates how it's really an earnest desire to work together. So thank you.
All right, we've got one other public hearing matter this evening, and that's a proposed subdivision with what's been requested to be front yard setback variances for the property located at 6625 Mohawk Trail, and Community Development Director Carrie Teague has this matter as well. Director Teague.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, this property is located in the Indian Hills area. Quite a large site, 5 acres in size, one of the largest lots in this neighborhood. Here's a look at the site. So there's one existing single-family home. The property sits on a high point. The home sits on a high point and then slopes down toward Dakota Trail. So there's some steep slopes here. The area is heavily wooded, a lot of buckthorn in that area. What the applicant is proposing is to subdivide 2 new lots that would gain access off of Dakota Trail. You can see the steep slopes on the site. The applicant has run our minimum lot size requirements, which is done by the median lot size of all properties within 500 feet, the median lot area, width, and depth. And the 3 lots that are proposed here all conform to those medians. They're actually quite a bit larger. So this request requires a subdivision, preliminary plat, and there are front yard setback variances from 73.5 feet to 30 feet requested for each lot. So the way our front yard setback is calculated here is we take an average front yard setback of all the homes on this side of the block between intersections. And so this graphic, although it's somewhat hard to see, that there's quite a varying range of setbacks from 21 feet on the south end, and there's a property that's 180 feet back. So the average of all these homes on the street is 73.5 feet. So on the site, the red dashed line is the required setback. The applicant is proposing building pads to bring the homes off of the slope to try to minimize that slope impact. So primary issues: is the proposed subdivision reasonable for the site? And are the findings for a variance met for those 2 front setbacks? First, looking at the subdivision, is the proposed subdivision reasonable for this site? Both staff and the Planning Commission believe the subdivision is reasonable. Again, it meets all of our minimum lot size requirements. These 3 lots would still generally be one of the larger in the neighborhood. Also want to touch on a little bit of the history of subdivisions within this area. The property to the north, which is known as the Rattel property, was subdivided back in 1991 with 4 lots. Access to these 4 lots comes off of a private drive that serves those 2 back lots. But this was a 4-acre parcel that was divided into 4 lots. Again, the property that we're looking at is 5 acres in size and proposed for 3 lots. The property to the south at 6725 Iroquois was proposed for a subdivision in 2002. The city at that time denied that request. This one a little bit different in that, as you can see, the only access to that site is off of Iroquois. So they needed to bring in a public street. And the impact of the 3-lot subdivision and the street exceeded we have a slope ordinance that talks about we don't want to see disturbance of more than 25% of a steep slope area. Steep slope is defined as anything over 18%. So with that subdivision, they exceeded the 25%, and that was one of the basis for that denial. The proposal before us this evening would not exceed that 25% threshold. We believe that with smaller building pads, and we'll take a look at that as part of the variance criteria, that again, the subdivision is reasonable. So this graphic, the area in green on the left side, these represent the over 18% steep slopes on the site. Over on the right-hand side, though it's small, these are the 2 proposed lots. So the disturbance on Lot 2 is about 35%, and the disturbance on Lot 3 is about 13-14% as proposed. So the last issue are the findings for a variance met. Both staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval. We do believe the variance criteria is met. So the practical difficulty that we look at on this site, there are two things. The varied setbacks that we talked about on the block creates a setback that's, again, 73.5 feet off of the street with a wide variety of setbacks. And then the steep slopes themselves are the two practical difficulties on the site. The applicant has included a code-compliant plat and code-compliant setbacks. So again, here's our 73.5-foot required setback. The applicant has demonstrated that 2 new homes could be constructed on the site to meet our 73.5-foot setback and not increase not exceed 25% of the steep slope areas. So with this plat in mind, it seemed reasonable to bring the building pads closer to the street and try to preserve the steep slope areas within a code-compliant building pad. So this graphic depicts just that. So we start again with the code-compliant building pads, and if we were to bring them up to the street and place the back area in a tree and slope preservation easement, so this would be the recommended slope and tree preservation easement line. So the area within the red line and the dashed line, and this dashed line actually represents a 35-foot setback. They would have good-sized building pads within that area, probably 2,000 to 3,000 feet at least for a building pad. So staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of that front yard setback, but subject to some pretty specific conditions that would have to be addressed at the time of a final plat approval. So those conditions would be that the city would have to consider the final plat 1 year after the preliminary approval, and at that time we would enter into a development contract with the developer. We would bring all of that forward to the City Council for consideration at final approval. And that development contract would include the creation of that tree and slope preservation easement as was depicted in this diagram. So we'd have to work with the builder to work within those parameters to establish those building pads. And one of the conditions that the Planning Commission is recommending and the applicant is agreeable to is with those revised building pads that the disturbance of no more than 25% of the slope areas on those 2 lots not exceed more than 30% on any one lot. So that lot to the north, where the majority, that lot's a little bit smaller, the maximum there would be 30%. So then the resulting, the lot 2 to the south could be no more than 20%. There's also park dedication required here, $5,000 for each lot. That would be due at the time of release of the final plat. So with that, staff and the Planning Commission are recommending approval of the preliminary plat and that front yard setback variances for the 2 lots subject to those conditions and findings that are outlined in the staff report. And with that, I can stand for any questions.
Good. Director Teague, good presentation. Questions for Director Teague? Member Staunton?
So can you go back a couple of slides? So on this, so as I understand it, our subdivision ordinance has certain requirements. One of them is that the lots that are created will be a certain size, width, depth, et cetera. And there's no dispute, as I understand it, that it meets that part of the requirement, right?
Correct.
So then the other piece of the puzzle is whether there is, whether the lots that are created are a problem because there is more than 25% disturbance of steep slopes, right?
Correct.
So with this particular layout, they are not disturbing more than 25% of the steep slopes, and the lots are the size that they need to be under our ordinance.
Correct.
So, as I see it, do we have any basis to deny this subdivision?
If they were requesting this subdivision with those building pads, I don't believe we would, no.
Okay. Now, I also understand that they are not proposing to build right now. These are kind of building pads, and then they've got to, we talk about the variance more. Is there some reason that we have to do the variance now? Could we do the subdivision now and then wait until later to do the, when there's actual plans to decide what happens?
That's a possibility. If you were to just approve the subdivision, deny the variances.
And just leave it for a future date when there's an actual proposal?
That would be a possibility, sure.
Thank you.
Other questions at this point in time for Director Teague?
I do.
Member Brindle.
So if we delay the vote on the variances until we have a plan to look at, I don't know if my question is better waiting till then, but I'm going to ask it anyway. And that regards the retaining wall along Dakota Trail. So I came here looking at 2 possible building pads in the future with driveways, and how are they going to interact with that retaining wall, and how is that going to work? And maybe my question is moot if we delay the variance decision tonight, but if we don't, then it's valid. But the retaining wall right now goes from one end of the Macquarie property to the other, north to south. So how do you preserve a good part of that retaining wall and then still cut into it for 2 driveways?
Yeah, so that would be looked at as part of, one, as part of the final plat with those revised drawings. We could take a look at it at that point. But really, that's part of a building permit application where engineering would review the grading drainage plans and review the impact on that retaining wall. We wouldn't want to have any negative impact on that retaining wall as it exists on adjacent property.
Right.
There would be, a pretty substantial distance here.
Knowing that the roots of trees don't know property lines. And so that would be, clearly you're trying to give as much room for the trees on that northern lot as possible. But it is something to think about. So looking at the slope disturbance, so lot 2 and lot 3 is what we're looking at here. So the south lot is lot 2?
Correct.
Okay, so lot 2 is at 25% and lot 3 is at 30, or am I backwards?
Yes, that is what they're saying they could work with 30% on that north lot, 20 on the south.
Okay, so...
No more than 25% in the aggregate of the 2.
That's exactly right. That's where I was going,
Yep.
Is that then you're relying on, between the 2, you are complying with ordinance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Member Anderson.
Thank you. Carrie, would you describe how the stormwater management is going to occur there?
Yeah, so generally it's the runoff is running down the slope. The idea is to create some retention areas, and I guess we could look at. In the proposed building pads, you see there would be retention areas created for both lots that would slow the runoff down before it hits the street.
Mm-hmm. And I wonder if you could comment, there's a pretty comprehensive study here from Heritage Shade Tree, and it seems like these guys are pretty well qualified. It appears that there's going to be quite a bit of tree loss and vegetation, habitat loss by doing this. And I look at the size of the houses that would have to go in there and would justify what will be the cost of these sites. And and there's retaining wall issues, as Member Brindle mentions, and further retention that's going to have to be created just for driveways and so on. So I look at this as problematic and kind of an engineering feat if it were to occur. Could you comment at all just about the loss of trees? And that probably doesn't, on the face of it, it probably doesn't make too much difference in terms of, you know, what are we doing here and does this comply and can we find reasons to grant the variance? But I think it is a concern, and especially given the composition of the neighborhood, not to mention the fact of the water absorption that comes from that vegetation and those trees.
Yeah, they would be required to meet our tree ordinance. So any tree that is removed outside of the 10-foot area around the building pad and the driveway, they would have to replace. So I know the city forester has looked at has walked the site, and that's been his comments, is yeah, they're going to lose trees outside of those areas. They would just have to replace them per our tree ordinance.
Okay.
So,
Member Brindle.
From a stormwater perspective, going north on Mohawk, on the west side of Mohawk, there was a tear-down rebuild. And the stormwater utility that they put in there. So the watershed district came in toward the end of the project. They had already started landscaping, and the watershed district they said timeout, and so they actually removed the landscaping from the front yard, and now what they have is what you show on Lot 3. It's a virtual bathtub, if you will, and it is this depression that as the water comes down the hill, and this, I believe this is probably going to gather more water than what is gathered on on this other home because it's more of a flat lot. But it really is a considerable depression that the watershed district, I think, gave them 3 options, and this was the least expensive option that would comply with the watershed's requirements, and that's how they got approval. So just looking at what was there, that's what I think is depicted there. And that's just a comment, just to say that they are very serious about capturing the water on that property, and there is such considerable slope here that, I don't know, you may have to do something before it gets to the street or that close to the street to slow the water down back there.
Yeah, I would think that's what they've taken the watershed requirements in mind in designing this.
Okay, great.
Member Staunton.
So one other question. Can you pull up slide 10 and then slide 19? That's the proposed building pad configuration with the variance. Yeah, that one. And then we're comparing it to 19 as the code compliant. So my question is, comparing those two, is there a difference in the percentage of the steep slope that is disturbed?
I haven't seen the exact calculations for these. They might be slightly less.
Okay, maybe that's a question for the applicant. And then the other question would be hand in hand with that, is there a difference in the number of trees that are removed and not replaced between those two?
Yeah, in this plan, you see a lot of these trees here could be saved. In this plan, you can see a lot of those trees would be removed.
All right. Well, maybe a question for the applicant to follow up on too.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, some great questions being asked. So the Planning Commission imposed certain conditions as a part of the approval process, with the variances as requested by the applicant. One of the things that was proposed to be included as a condition was the tree and slope preservation easement that you discussed. And then Member Anderson raised the issue of the tree ordinance, and of course that's some protection for us that we've put in place partly in response to some of the things that have taken place over in Indian Hills and other places, but what incremental protection did the Planning Commission think that the tree and slope preservation easement added or layered over and above the tree ordinance for protection of this natural area?
Yeah, so it would place, essentially this would be a no disturbance area. So trees couldn't be removed, the slopes couldn't be altered in the future. That would be a document that's filed on the property. And should they want to do anything, it would take city council action to amend that easement.
Okay. So if we just approved the subdivision without the variance request, as Member Staunton was talking about, do we have the right to impose the tree and slope preservation easement without the other conditions, that they wanted being present, namely the variances?
We certainly couldn't get it in the location that's suggested and proposed. It would have to be, we could ask for that. I'm not sure we could require it.
Mm-hmm. But with the variance request, we were able to require it as a condition.
Correct. Yeah, because the idea is there's a nexus between preserving that slope and allowing a setback that's closer to the street. So we can provide that permanent protection of the slope and trees in exchange for the variance.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have a question. I wonder if either Director Teague or the city attorney could share with the council what our options are with regards to the 60-day rule and how that impacts whether we can do something with the variances later and approve the subdivision tonight.
Yeah, I believe if you're wanting to kind of defer the variance discussion for a later date, you would authorize staff to prepare a resolution that would deny the variances associated with the plat today. That would give them so essentially we would be just approving the plat, and if a future prospective builder or property owner on that site wanted to pursue a variance, they would go through that process at that time.
Okay. Mr. Knudsen.
Mayor, members of the council, there are several options. One would be to ask them to withdraw their request for a variance at this time, which they could do, and they could say no. But if you deny the variance now and they come back in later, your prior denial will come into play that you denied it before. Why would you consider approving it now if it's similar? You could also ask them to give you a continuation from the 60 days for a longer period of time before you have to act on the variance, a year, whatever date you wanted. But you could so my conclusion is it'd be best to ask them to withdraw their application or act on it.
As is.
As is. Or but when you approve the variance, for example, you can attach conditions to it, you can modify it. You don't have to give them exactly what they want.
Okay.
But if you don't act within 60 days, it's approved, unless they give you an extension.
Say that again. I was just thinking about turning to the public hearing.
Well, you actually have 120 days. It's 60 days, and you can take the extra 60. So if you don't act upon their application within 120 days, unless they give you an extension, it's automatically approved.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Now, I think, Manager Neal, we had a conversation this afternoon based on some of the communications we had from our residents about the amount of time they had to make a presentation, and at the Planning Commission they were held to 3 minutes, and I think the applicant, the Macquarie's, Mr. Siebel, but I think they also have an attorney representing them. So did you call all the attorneys involved and indicate to them that we'd give them a little bit more time?
Yep, we suggested 7 minutes.
Okay, all right. Yep, I'm going to have the applicant. All right, so it was the, yes, Ms. Lansing. Yeah. Oh, no? Oh, this is
Macquarie.
Macquarie. This is a Macquarie?
Yes,
okay.
this is a Macquarie.
Would you pronounce it? It looks like Macquarie, but you pronounce it Macquarie?
Macquarie, yeah.
All right, good. All right, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I am Michelle Macquarie Colton, 7205 Shea Drive here in Edina. I, along with my brother Gray, are asking for approval of the subdivision of 6625 Mohawk Trail, and we're also seeking the variance with respect to the lot setback requirements. I just want to speak briefly, introduce myself, let you know I'm Macquarie, and then I'm going to turn it over to our attorney, Paul Moe from Faegre Baker Daniels, who's here this evening. His partner, Carol Lansing, submitted a letter to the council, which I believe that you have. She was unable to be here this evening. And then let Jim Siebold, our realtor, also speak. I have lived in Edina for 45 years. I lived 18 of those years on Mohawk, and I loved it. It was a beautiful place to grow up, and I now live a mile away. I went to Creek Valley, Valley View, Edina High School. My kids went to Creek Valley, Valley View, Edina High School. I live, I work, I go to church, I grocery shop, I go to TJ's and Cahill Bistro. I belong to community organizations and attend community events. This city is my home, and Mohawk Trail and Dakota Trail are basically my backyard. When my father passed away 12 years ago, my mother passed away 2 years ago. When my mother passed away, we were immediately, my brother and I, approached with numbers of realtors and people who represented developers who wanted to take the 5-acre piece of property and develop it into 5 lots. In one case, it was at least 5 lots. That wasn't something that Gray and I wanted to do, having grown up in that neighborhood and with me living virtually in its backyard. So we hired a realtor who, along with us, attempted to market the property as one 5-acre parcel, the house and the 5 acres. In the 365 days that lot was on the market, we not only didn't get anything that even approached an offer, we didn't get a single walkthrough, we didn't get a single showing. And when the realtor and I were out there shaking the trees, trying to get interest in the property, what we were finding is that people were not interested in a 5-acre piece of property that wasn't adjacent to a body of water, such as Lake Minnetonka or the St. Croix River. So at that time, Gray and I hired Jim Siebold to help us try and navigate a reasonable, respectful, and responsible way to transfer the property. So what we put together and have worked so well with Mr. Teague is to market it as one 3-acre parcel up on top and the 2 1-acre parcels on Dakota. And we did that in order to try and preserve as much of the property as we can to make sure that it fits in with the neighborhood. And so we're here tonight, and Mr. Moe and Mr. Siebold will talk, but I think that we respectfully request that we are seeking the subdivision and the variance to be as responsible and respectful and reasonable.
Thank you, Ms. McCrory. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Paul Moe. I'm an attorney at Faegre Baker Daniels at 90 South 7th Street in Minneapolis. Representing Michelle and her brother Gray, she said, I won't go into any detail about the proposal because the community development director has done that, and I want to be respectful of everyone's time. As he mentioned, the city staff approved the project, or recommended the project, and the city planning commission approved it. And so all I really wanted to touch on tonight was that both at the Planning Commission and at a neighborhood meeting that Jim Siebold attended, we understood that there seemed to be 2 primary concerns, or 2 categories, if you will, of concerns about the project. The first one I would say is there are individuals who feel that there shouldn't be any subdivision or any redevelopment in the area. And essentially they would want the McCrory family to forever keep this as a wooded 5-acre lot. And from our perspective, that is really a reasonable request. The size of the lots, as previously mentioned, are still going to be quite large. The smallest will be 2 1-acre lots, of course, and a 3-acre lot. The property will be much more marketable in our view, so we think this is an effective play to try to generate a broader market for the property. And we think that the property owners have a reasonable expectation that they can develop the property in a manner that's consistent with the city's requirements. The other category, if you will, of concerns about the project are very specific items, things about removal of trees. And of course, there's a city tree ordinance, and as mentioned previously, we're proposing a easement that will preserve the trees and the slope. Similarly, there's some concerns about disturbance of the slope. The city has a very nuanced ordinance that deals with how much of a slope can be impacted by a new plat and any development. And finally, perhaps the biggest concern is the setback that's been proposed. And from our perspective, that recommendation or suggestion came from the city. The suggestion was, as we move the houses closer to the road, we preserve more of the trees, we reduce the amount of slope that's affected by the construction. It seemed like a win-win situation that resulted in less disruption of the existing conditions of the lot than going with the code-compliant plan. So that's why we're requesting that the variance be granted as well as a subdivision approval. I want to remind everybody there are still certainly many additional steps in the process. There's a final plat, which will require much more specific information about the locations of the houses and the footprints. There's a grading and building permit that the city will have an opportunity to review. And of course, at some point, a certificate of occupancy for whatever houses are proposed to be built there. The quarries themselves aren't going to construct the houses. Their plan is to sell the lots to a builder who would then work with city staff and the council as necessary to get whatever approvals are necessary for those 2 homes that they would occupy that. So we think that the process will continue to ensure that whatever homes are built on the property will be compliant with all the city requirements and will minimize the disruption in the neighborhood as much as possible. And in summary, we just ask that the council go along with the recommendation of city staff and the approval of the planning commission, and to approve not only the plat but the variance request. And I'd like to have Jim Siebold is here. He's going to speak just for a moment about marketing. I'll put in a quick plug. It's a beautiful mid-century modern home. If anybody's interested, either watching at home or on the council, certainly give Jim a call. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Moe. Before you start, Mr. Moe, would you come back up, please? Yes. Quick question. The conditions that were imposed by the Planning Commission, is the applicant comfortable with those conditions?
Yes, absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Jim Siebold, Coldwell Banker Burnett, 821 Grand Avenue. I'll make my statements brief. This is one of the largest privately owned land parcels in Indian Hills. In fact, I think it might be the largest. And we're looking to be reasonably priced land parcels are a rare opportunity in Indian Hills. There is other limited land available, but it's all over 550,000 up to over $1 million. These are proposed to be under 500,000. Both individuals and builders have expressed interest in the land already. And the new construction opportunities for less than a total price of $1.5 million are rare in Indian Hills. And in fact, there's only been one new property sold in the last 10 years. So our opportunity to be affordable for Indian Hills is to be able to build something for total in for less than 1.5 million, and that would exist with the subdivision of these 2 parcels. Our preservation agreement is actually going to protect more than 60% of the trees by granting the variance to protect that area. While developers have expressed interest in creating 5 lots for this parcel, the owners have pursued the least invasive development option for the site with just these 2 1-acre lots. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Siebold.
Mr. Siebold, would you go back? You alluded to the price of these lots?
Yes.
Okay. So tell me again what you expect the lots to sell for.
We expect the lots will sell for under 500,000, so between 400 and 500,000.
And they're 1-acre lots?
And 1-acre lots, which is a very affordable site.
That's a good price for an acre lot in that location. I would be amazed.
It is, and With that, though, typically the lot price is about 25% of the total price.
Right.
And so even at that, if they keep within that guideline, it's still, that would be 1.6.
Which is what, it's very
Right. And sometimes
comparable.
Yes, when you're in a good location, you'll pay a little bit more than 25%, maybe go up to about 35%.
Okay.
And that's where I believe we can get between 1.2 and 1.5.
Okay, great, thank you.
Member Staunton?
I don't know who on the applicant team. I just wanted to follow up on my question, Mr. Teague, about comparing the code compliant plan versus the proposed variance plan, and what the difference is in disturbance of steep slopes and in tree removal between the two. Is that information that the applicant has more readily than Mr. Teague had?
The compliant plan was right at about 25%. The most recent plan we've submitted to the city is under 24%. So with the variance, we'd actually disturb 1% less soil.
And then on trees?
On trees, we haven't done an exact comparison, but it's, from the looks of it, it looks pretty close to about the same.
All right.
The one thing I did want to bring up, that the retaining wall does not go from one end of the McQuarrie property to the other. It only goes in one section. In fact, our driveway is after that section. If you look at
Oh, really?
what was up, it will show the retaining wall on the site plan.
It's up on the screen now, Mr. Seabold.
So when we're looking at that, you can see.
You can use the mouse, that might help.
Right next to the driveway on the north lot on the right, you can see round boulders. That's the beginning of that retaining wall.
Okay.
There is no retaining wall to the south. So we are not disturbing it. We will be disturbing behind it, but we'll be very careful not to disturb it.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
All right, this is a public hearing matter. I know that Mr. Sewell represents the Cutliffs, and I think if you are out there and ready to testify, you can certainly come up now, or anybody that wants to come up is certainly welcome. Thank you.
We worked out a little plan for our order just now.
All right, very good.
Is it okay if I use the overhead projector?
It is, it's fine. And if, we'll power up that handheld so you can use that.
Yes, thank you. Is it live here?
Should be momentarily here, if it's not.
Thank you. My name is Mike Carey. Thank you for this time, Mayor and council members. I live at 6625 Dakota Trail. With me here today is Kathy Nelson, my neighbor to the north, who lives at 6621 Dakota Trail. And my neighbor to the south couldn't make it. She just had a surgery. Her name's Harriet Goldstein, 6629 Dakota Trail. I'm encouraging the council today to send this back, and that's one of the options that you have. It's under Section 32-106A, and it's subdivision A3. And what you would do is refer this back to the to the city, to Mr. Teague, to look at all the questions that you've been asking already. And that's what I'm going to address here. The first one is something that, frankly, I'm disappointed hasn't come up. We had the presentation from Mr. Teague. We had the presentation from the applicants. The thing that hasn't come up and we haven't talked about is the character and symmetry of the neighborhood. And those are new words tonight, and surprisingly so, because they are part of the city code, and they've just been completely overlooked. So here is, as we talk about, and it really just comes down to the variance. The size of the lots isn't an issue from the city code perspective. It's the variance. And if you look at the variance language here, there's two options. You can either look at the average, which they've done, it's about 75 feet, or you can look to the lot that's immediately adjacent. For some reason, that analysis of the lot immediately adjacent is completely absent from the staff report. It's been completely absent from this presentation today so far. But I'm going to touch on it because it's important. So what's unusual is this is the letter from the applicant's counsel, and I put a star next to the language I think is important. The proposed 35-foot setback will actually be more in character with the setback of the homes to the south on both sides of Dakota Trail. That's just blatantly false, and I'm going to show you why. So we skipped over this slide. We went really fast. And if you look at it, the font is so small that I tried to write a little bigger next to how far the setbacks are. You can see it ranges 46, 54, 75, and then you get the really large setbacks going south as you approach the property from north to south. And that's just on the west side. And I can tell you it's almost a mirror image on the other side. So you have these huge setbacks, and that's the character of that neighborhood. Then you go south of that, the part that they're trying to tell you, well, it'll look just like this. Well, it won't. The house immediately to the south of it, that's Ashley and Richard Doyle. They have a 49-foot setback. So what are they going to look at when they look out their house to their left, to their north? They're going to see a house with a 35-foot setback that's got no trees in front of it because it's just a big retention pond, and that is totally out of character from the neighborhood. Why is that important? These are the findings for the variance. Member Stanton asked Mr. Teague, is there any basis to deny this? And the answer is no. You didn't get to see all the considerations. The third consideration when they're talking about practical difficulties is whether it will alter the essential character of the locality. I don't know why they aren't giving you the full picture when they're telling you what you can consider.
Just to interrupt briefly, I asked about the subdivision, not the variance.
Okay, well, be that as it may, it wasn't presented, and I apologize if I'm jumping ahead. All right, next picture, water. It's a huge issue here. When I left my house today, the area was flooded. The driveway that I have to leave is flooded because I live right here, and this is the proposed property. This is from the city's website. This is the 9 Mile Creek Watershed District showing where we have flooding here. It's not addressed. Their water plan is as follows. They're going to have essentially French drains that wrap around the houses, go into retention ponds. As Council Member Brindle discussed, there's a lot of issues with retention ponds. They're right along the road, and then they come right out and they go straight into the existing infrastructure. There's no way you can say with a straight face that this isn't going to create more runoff in an area that we already have real serious water issues. It hasn't been addressed. And the final thing I want to talk about is the comprehensive plan. In the considerations that you were given for the subdivision, Member Staunton, there are 2 sections. And for some reason, in the findings and the recommendation, they just didn't include the second section. Number 1 thing in the second section that you shall specifically and especially consider is the comprehensive plan. The proposal that preceded this immediately, if you read the findings, comprehensive plan, affordable housing, all this great stuff, it's just left out of this report. And I can tell you, if you look at the comprehensive plan, there's nothing in there that says we need to develop as much of Indian Hills as we can. I mean, it's just the opposite, and there's a lot about the environment in there. So finally, I'll just close on this. We just did a proclamation that it's Preservation Month here. This place matters is the theme. When I left my house to come here, there was a fawn and a mama deer walking on the street. That's unique in Edina. That's special to me. You can tell that I'm emotional about this because I care about this area. I care about the wildlife and the habitat. And if you let this happen with these houses as proposed, you can't ever undo it. You can't replace a mature oak tree. You can't replace that habitat that makes this area so special. So please refer this back. Make them go do it right. We don't need to rush this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Curry.
One thing to add, in contrast to the previous proposal where it's unanimous neighborhood consent, no neighbor wants this. It's I mean, there's 36 people that signed a petition. Everybody that came to the neighborhood meeting said, not in character. We have to look at the character and symmetry of the neighborhood.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Greg Soul. My name is Greg Soul. I am an attorney. My office address is 220 South 6th Street in Minneapolis. I'm representing Jay and Betsy Cutcliffe, who lived for the last 19 years at 6617 Mohawk. Before I get started, I just wanted to confirm you did get a copy of my letter from May 15th, because Carrie told me originally that you are extremely diligent reading all of your correspondence. When I noted that it was at pages 633 and 638 of your packets, I was a little bit concerned that you might not have gotten to it despite your diligence, but I'm glad you have it. Okay, so if I can get started. I have an awful lot of ground to cover in 7 minutes, so I'm going to talk really fast. The first issue is, do you approve this subdivision? There are two relevant, here's the problem with this property. 77% of it is steep slope and it's all wooded, okay? That's the problem. How do you jam two buildable lots into this? You have to go through contortions. The first thing is you have to have really large retaining walls. You have to have unusual drainage facilities that are butted up against the street. You have to take down a lot of the trees. There has not been, as was required under your ordinance, an analysis of how many trees would be lost by this subdivision. That's one of your requirements. It was never provided by this applicant ever. And in your subdivision ordinance, it provides that what you can consider beyond whether just these lots are of a certain size is whether the physical characteristics of the property, including without limitation, topography, vegetation, susceptibility to erosion or siltation, susceptibility to flooding, are such that the property is not suitable for the type of development or use proceeded. So you're not restricted to just doing a numerical calculation of how big the lots are and then you're stuck. You can use that criteria to turn down this subdivision. I think it's also a false statement that the neighbors don't want any of this developed. What the neighbors have said repeatedly is this is appropriate for one additional house. Because you have one additional house, you'll have less interference with the steep slopes. You can get a reasonable setback. You don't have to have monster retaining walls. You can do a really nice house, one house, but not two. That's the problem. Let me proceed to the main issue, which I think you should have under consideration. So this proposal came in, and then at the Planning Commission meeting, your staff member came up with this proposed tree and slope preservation easement. So that was kind of like new information that was just brought to your Planning Commission that evening, I believe. No, or in the staff report, perhaps. Okay. But what you receive, what you require for your applications is significant detailed information, which once you put this tree, slope, and preservation easement through all of their previous calculations and plans into a cocked hat. So you no longer have, and you don't tonight have, so if you vote for this, you don't know what you're voting for, with all due respect. You don't know where the building pads are. You don't know what the drainage systems are. You don't know how many trees are going to be lost. You don't know how big the retaining walls are going to be. You don't know any of that stuff, because once this overlay of a preservation easement came into effect, it nullified all of their previous proposals with all that level of detail, because it couldn't be, it has to be redone to accommodate this drawing. So you don't know what you're voting for tonight, with all due respect, and the proper approach is to now refer this back, probably to deny it, and ask the applicant to come back with a proposal that, if you think this tree and slope preservation easement is the way to go, accommodates that easement, but now gives you all of the detail that your ordinance requires. Your ordinance requires, like I said, grading and drainage, how many trees are lost, your building pads. None of that stuff do you have tonight, because it was all basically wiped away when this overlay of this easement was imposed at the night of the Planning Commission. So I guess I strongly urge you to turn it down, have it go back, get it restudied, and have the applicant bring forward all of the detail that your ordinance requires before you can approve a preliminary plat. And the idea that you're going to kick all this stuff down the road until you get the final plat, I mean, who knows how that'll ever turn out. It's basically not analyzing the information that your ordinance says you're supposed to have in a subdivision application. And frankly, it leaves the neighbors unknowable in terms of what all these criteria and characteristics are going to be. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Questions at the moment for Mr. Sewell? Stand by. We might have more if we don't have any now.
Thank
I guess
you.
we don't have any right now. Okay. Is there anyone else that wishes to testify regarding this matter? All right. I didn't hear anything, and it's a little hard to see past that computer, but I don't see anybody standing up. So is there a motion to close the public hearing? So, is there a second? We've got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. There were questions raised by the attorneys that were representing folks. I'm kind of going backwards with Mr. Sewell. He's arguing that there will be insufficient detail now if we think one of the important considerations is a tree and slope preservation easement that will, in my words, create turmoil on what can be built, and it will be uncertain as to what can be built, and it's not something you can really fix by final plat time between a tentative approval now and by the time the final plat shows up. Your thoughts on that, either Mr. Teague or Mr. Knudsen or both?
Mayor, members of the council, it's not unusual, it's the norm when you do a preliminary plat to say you need more detail time before the final plat comes up. So if you want, you could say we need all the detail then. If the concept is okay with you, you can require the detail at the final time of the final plat.
All right. And then what about the comment that we have flexibility on the subdivision request? I think Member Staunton asked that question early on, and Director Teague answered that question to the best of his ability. What's your observation on what are our guidelines or the guardrails here with respect to the subdivision request? What kind of flexibility do we have to approve it or deny it?
The question for you, does it meet ordinance requirements? If it meets ordinance requirements, then then you're required to approve it. If you find that it violates the requirements of your ordinance, then you can turn it down or impose conditions to make it come into compliance.
Mm-hmm. And Director Teague's observation that if it is something they're requesting approval on without the variance requests, it does meet the ordinance requirements, and we have little flexibility. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
All right. What about the issue of the fact that 77% of the property is sloped with deep woods, and there hasn't been sufficient tree analysis done as we would otherwise require? How do we deal with that issue? I mean, everybody cares about trees and the preservation of trees to the extent possible. How do we deal with that issue under our tree ordinance?
There was a tree analysis done. It was noted by our forester there were a few trees missed here and there, but they did do a tree survey, so we have a pretty good idea of the trees and the species that are out there.
Okay. Mr. Carey argued that we should send it back under a particular section, code section, to rework it, and he had several arguments as to why. One of the questions he had, or concerns he had, was that we haven't properly taken into consideration the character and symmetry of the neighborhood. Where does that fall in the scheme of analysis on whether or not we have, what kind of regulatory authority we have with respect to this request for subdivision?
The essential character of the neighborhood is it's more in regard to those setback, the front yard setbacks. And as noted on that sheet that was presented, the wide variety of setbacks. Mr. Carey is correct. The majority of them are probably 45 feet and larger. These wouldn't be the closest to the street. There is the one that's 21 feet, but they would be, even at 35 feet, some of the closer homes to the front setback along Dakota Trail.
And you, I don't remember who asked the question, I think it was Member Staunton, but you addressed at one point water issues, and of course Mr. Carey raises legitimately so concerns about water issues or flooding not being adequately addressed. How do we make sure that issue is adequately addressed?
That would be reviewed again at well, a couple more checkpoints would be at final plat, when they would revise those building pads to be, should the council follow the Planning Commission recommendation, they would create new building pads within those parameters of the 35-foot setback and that the easement, the slope easement. And so engineering would review those plans at that time. So if those are approved, then there's still the building permit. There might be some slight changes at that time. They have to be in general compliance with the plat. But so 2 more checks with our engineering department to review the grading and drainage plans.
Okay. I miss some of the concerns that were expressed. Oh, consider the comprehensive plan was another request of Mr. Carey, and I'm not sure what role the comprehensive plan has here, but maybe Director Teague has a thought.
The comprehensive plan sets general guidance for our zoning ordinance. The comprehensive plan designates this area low-density residential, and again, it's compliant with the land uses within the comprehensive plan. Perhaps Mr. Knutson has more?
The comprehensive plan is the basis upon which you write your zoning ordinance. The requirements of the comprehensive plan are reflected in your zoning ordinance.
Mm-hmm. And the subdivision code.
Yes, yes.
Member Staunton is making a point. Mr. Carey also indicated that the big setbacks are the character of the neighborhood, and I think Director Teague, you've explained it, that these, if the variances were approved and the conditions discussed or imposed by the Planning Commission were also adopted here, that these houses would indeed be closer to the street than the average setback. But if it were approved for subdivision without the variances, the setbacks, remind me what the setbacks would then be?
It would be 73.5 for each lot.
Okay. Well, yeah, I had that 73 and a half foot would be the average setback.
Yeah.
All right.
I have
Member
one.
Staunton.
Question for staff in terms of institutional history. Can either City Attorney Knutson or Director Teague remember an instance when we have denied a subdivision based on something other than either the lot sizes, shapes, et cetera, or this disturbance of steep slopes?
The only one that I'm aware of is that the property to the south, where it was recommended or it was denied based on the disturbance of the steep slopes.
And that was that numerical analysis of the fact that of the 18% grades, more than 25% would be disturbed.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
I have a question.
Member Brindle.
So one thing brought up was subdividing into 2 lots instead of 3. And that is something that occurred to me. If you look at character of the neighborhood and symmetry, the houses along Mohawk Trail are generally centered on their lots. And these 2 new homes while I understand if they are placed even roughly where they're drawn, they disturb as little of the slope as possible, but they're tucked in, and I'm not aware that there's another house on Mohawk Trail that's really tucked in anywhere. And that, I don't know the distance of the house on the south, if lot 2, if it's a 3-lot subdivision and these 2 new homes are tucked in the way they are, how far is it from the house on lot 2 to the home that's to the south of that? How close are we getting to that home on the south? Because we're really right at the property line.
The side yard setback requirement is 10 feet.
Right. So we're at that.
They could build up to 10 feet.
Right. I know they can. But in the neighborhood character, is that what we want to see? And that's I don't know if it's an answerable question. It's just something I have to wrestle with.
I think the question is, can we require a 2-lot subdivision instead of a 3-lot subdivision as requested?
They've applied for a 3-lot subdivision, and the issue before you is they meet the requirements of your ordinance.
Mm-hmm.
So if they meet the requirements of your ordinance, you can't require them, if they don't want to, change their application or make it 2, if they determine they meet the requirements of the ordinance.
The 3-lot subdivision request without the variances meets the requirements of the subdivision ordinance, leaving us with no flexibility.
Yeah. I understand the lot sizes comply. I mean, they do, they comply.
What's the consequence of the 1 degree of difference on the slope impact between the variance, the subdivision request with the variances as opposed to no variances? What's the practical implication of that?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's real significant. The biggest impact is that lot 3, the northern lot. That's where the majority of the steep slopes are. There's some open areas on that lot too, so the percentage is less on that. The ordinance doesn't talk about the lots individually. It talks about the plat as a whole not disturbing more than 25%.
Member Stoughton?
With our tree preservation ordinance during the construction, if there's trees that are removed that are outside of the building pad plus some buffer and the driveway plus some buffer, those have to be replaced, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Member Fisher?
So this is a tricky one, as you can tell from the conversation. My bias coming in, just without really digging into anything, is, well, let's not mess up Indian Hills. These are great lots. This is the kind of character we talk about with our neighborhoods. And clearly Dakota Trail is a beautiful street and it's wonderful to drive down. And then you look at, I start thinking about what are the property owners' rights, right? And this is everybody, we're all property owners. And this particular property owner has a 5-acre lot, and they should have the same rights as every other property owner. And our ordinance is very clear about what that looks like. And from what I can tell, they're meeting those requirements. And then I think about, and I think Mr. Carey really hit something here in it's the whole issue of character and symmetry is really important. Character, especially in this neighborhood. But the reality is, so this one variance we're talking about is setback. And I think about our setback rules in our city, and they work really well on my street. It's a straight shot. You can stand on one corner and see to the other, and you know pretty much what the average setback is. And you would feel it if a house was up in front of that. I'm guessing that setback wasn't really a factor along this street, ever, really. And one of the filters I always try to apply in this sort of situation is, what if this was subdivided when everything else was subdivided, right? So one of the reasons we're having this conversation is this particular family held on to a large chunk of property for many years while everything else was subdivided around it. But let's just say for a moment it was subdivided back at the same time everything else was. I think the conversation at that time would have been, wow, your lots are really big, right? Because the stuff around it is much smaller. And I would argue that most of the house placements on all of these other lots weren't about setback at all. They were about picking the right spot to minimize the environmental damage to the site. This whole area is very hilly. It's not conducive necessarily to building houses, but yet we have over the years. And so you pick the spot on the site that's most buildable. And when I listened to the Planning Commission and listened to a few more folks talk about this, there was a lot of talk about the trees that are going to be lost because we're going to have building pads here. But we've lost trees for every building pad on every property along this street. And so I'm not sure how this is any different. And while I love the character of this street, I think, I've been spending a lot of time in the Hennepin County property site because it has the parcel lines and it has the aerial and it has all of that information. And when you go, Mr. Carey is absolutely right. There's a character change right at this line, and that is something to consider. But when you go up and down the street, even though there are some houses that are set back more than 30, 35 feet, some of them are just wide open, in your face, visible. And that has more to do with just, choices those property owners made. So from a character perspective, I don't think we can look at just the number of feet off the street. I think we should push for, and again, I don't see a route around giving, these property owners have a right. And I think they just have that. So the question is, can we make this situation as good as possible? And I actually think reducing the amount of slope, creating the minimal slope disturbance, minimal tree disturbance, and actually thinking about how we do the best job possible screening whatever gets built from the street to create that edge that I think is the real character of this street. I didn't see two buildings that look even remotely alike along this street. And the landscape isn't that similar. I think it's the forest kind of element, and the more we can maintain that, which is tricky if you're pushing these things up. But at the end of the day, I think the best result is going to be to minimize the disruption to the slope, and then work our way around the setback from there.
Member Stoughton?
So, I'm kind of at the place where I think the code compliant plan is something that we don't have the discretion to deny, and I think that can be granted. So for me, the question then becomes, is a variance appropriate? And I do think the character of the neighborhood is important to that, but I also think, part of the kind of purpose of the setback is to kind of maintain that character. And I just don't see a discernible difference in the tree loss. And in fact, we may lose more trees as we bring the houses closer to the street. And the disturbance of the steep slopes is virtually the same either way. So I'm struggling to see why we would grant a variance in this case. And I'm not suggesting we don't act on it. I think, if the property owner, I guess the property owner would have the right to withdraw it, and then somebody who purchased the lots as subdivided could come forward with a variance that would be specific to plans that they might approve. Or we'd wait, what does it carry, a year? If we deny something a year before another comes forward. So I'm in a place where I don't see a way to the variance, and I do see that they're entitled to the subdivision.
Member Anderson?
Thank you. I view this as kind of a dance with the devil. The applicant certainly has a right to apply, and the neighbors are concerned, and that's not unusual these days. So, but I've been over, I've looked at the site. I view this as very difficult site management. And I do view the runoff with two properties there as, I don't think that's forecastable. I think that's going to be very, very difficult to manage. I don't like the idea of the bathtub effect. I'm not certain that that's what everybody wants to see. The setbacks could be managed. It still requires the variance. We've got to grant the variance. So if we come up with reasons to grant the variance, then okay. I just think that a two-lot subdivision there suits the neighborhood and the site best. There is some environmental impact that we have to consider. We could talk about minimizing it, and of course that's what we'd be doing. Of course, we would do that. We would seek to do as little damage there as possible, but in my mind, I think that it's problematic and very difficult to forecast.
Thank you. Member Brindle.
So I wrestled with this, and I came here not knowing how I was going to vote tonight on this. But Member Staunton's thought about not granting a variance, pushing the houses back to 73.5 feet, is that what it is? Might disturb fewer trees is very intriguing to me. You could have a single driveway up the middle, serving both homes that are farther up and disturb fewer trees. So what do we do if we want them to consider building pads in a different location than what they've come up with?
I think that Attorney Knudsen suggested that they could withdraw the request for the variance if they read the tea leaves right up here, and maybe they want to listen to all of us comment first. Or we could deny or approve the application as proposed. But while you ponder what you need to ponder, I'm going to tell you that my thinking is consistent with Member Staunton's, that with a 1 degree differential on effect on the slope, to me it's more important that we get the houses back on the average setback at 73.5 feet and get them back away from the road. 35 feet isn't very far. That also might give us a chance, I don't know this for sure, but give us a chance to manage water a little bit better if the houses are a little bit deeper. Yeah. You don't have all that hard surface closer to the road. So here we are faced with this situation where they've made their request for a 3-lot subdivision. They've requested these variances. Originally, they didn't want the variances. They didn't need them. But they talked to staff, and staff thought it might be slightly better, as I understood it, slightly better to move them forward on the request. So I don't think we've got a choice, as Member Staunton said, on the approval of the request for a 3-lot subdivision with a regular setback. But the way the application is worded, they're asking for the variances. So we'd have every right in the world to deny it, and then they'd have to regroup and come back in a year, is the way I understand it. If we deny the application, is it?
If I could, Mayor and Council, after listening to all of the discussion, we would respectfully withdraw our request for the variance, but continue the request for the subdivision.
And before you leave tonight, could you give us something in writing saying that, please?
Yes.
All right, you're satisfied with that representation on behalf of Ms. McQuarrie? Yes. Okay. All right. So I think we're in a position where we now need to approve it. I think we have very little regulatory flexibility here. I think we have to approve the application as proposed. Member Anderson.
I agree. And what I think what we've come to is that without the request for the variance, we have no reason to deny it. And as a practical matter, it conforms at that point. Yes?
Correct.
If I could just ask one question. So, I mean, the code compliant building pads and analysis survey was designed to show that it could be done without disturbing more than 25% of the steep slopes, right?
Correct.
So if somebody came in with a different building pad but still satisfied that, how would that be addressed?
The same way. So if you approve the preliminary plat, they still have to come back for final plat. They would show essentially that code compliant becomes the grading plan for the subdivision.
So if they go to, so let's say we grant the subdivision, and would the final plat be done before there was a building proposal?
It could be.
And there could be a configuration of a building plan on there, and then if somebody came in with something different, what would be their process then? Somebody buys the lot and they want to build something slightly different than what's there.
If they wanted to build something code compliant,
Yes.
if it's generally consistent with the final plat and the grading plan.
So would we be wise to include in the preliminary approval requirement that not more than 25% of the steep slope be disturbed?
Yes, yeah, and so the final plat grading plan that you would approve together, that would be a stipulation in that as well.
Okay.
So that whatever ended up, they'd still have to live with that 25% of the steep slope?
They do.
All right.
Okay.
So, Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion that we approve, and I don't know if we have a resolution
Yeah, we do
that
have a
needs to
resolution,
be.
but let's look and see if the language needs to be
modifying
modified.
that resolution.
You'd have to modify
wanna-
modify the resolution by deleting all references to a variance. You have a resolution approving both. It's before you.
So
there's more than that in there, I think.
Yeah, the question is whether you want staff to go back and revise it. Where are we on do we have room on the 60-day to revise the
Yes, you do.
the resolution?
But you could approve it tonight, and subject to him bringing back the revised resolution for your approval at your next meeting.
Yeah, or just direct staff to revise the resolution to bring back for approval at the next meeting.
Yeah, you can do that.
Consistent with the request of the applicant and the council's determination.
That they've withdrawn their variance request.
So that'd make that motion, Your Honor.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Thank you, everybody, for your input. This was really a fascinating discussion. All right. We're on to the reports and recommendations portion of the agenda. And the first matter we have in front of us here is 8A, which is first look at a potential residential housing licensing program embodied in Ordinance 2019-06. And Manager Neal has some introductory comments, and then we're going to go to our Community Health Administrator, Jeff Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Brown will go through some of the actual dates and timeline of this ordinance and its path to you tonight. But just as a reminder, this is a subject matter that the council prioritized for staff in previous work plans. It's taken a while for us to get it to you tonight for a couple of reasons, but we really have had a previous discussion with council in a work session where we laid out the program and got some advice and recommendations from you. We've responded to those, we think, in this presentation tonight. But I'm not sure that you're all of one mind on this particular ordinance. So I think for us tonight, we're looking forward to hearing that. And if there's enough of you that want to approve this, we will certainly implement it. But if it needs to go back to the drawing board, you can let us know that too, and that's what we'll do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Manager Neal and Mayor Hovland, members of the council. This item is about residential rental housing, licensing and inspection program. I'll do a brief overview of kind of how we got here, a little bit of history, outline the purpose of what we see as the purpose of the program, and then get into some of the mechanics, how the licensing and inspection would work, kind of implementation and next steps after tonight. So this item started with a work plan item in 2018, as you can see here, to research and develop a rental housing program, kind of the framework for that. And as Manager Neal mentioned, we met with council in a work session in December to kind of check in and see that we were on the right track. And the work plan item for this year is to further flesh that out, bring the ordinance to council, and implement that program, including the ordinance, staffing, remodeling of office space, and all the things that come with the new program. So as far as staff involvement, it was quite a range of folks that were involved in this process, from PD and fire to building official, planning and development, and we looped in our race and equity coordinator when she started too. So quite a range of folks, and some are here tonight to help answer questions that you may have. There we go. So why would we do this? Why are we looking at doing this? Really, this is kind of a public health program or a tenant protection program. It's really about the health, safety, and welfare of tenants in rental housing. It would be a shift from our current practice of complaint-driven enforcement of property maintenance to a more proactive mechanism for enforcement. We would be using the same code, the International Property Maintenance Code, but it would really change how we come upon those enforcement issues. It would provide us a connection point between city staff and the city and tenants in rental housing. We probably don't have that touch point now that we would have with this program. It would give us an opportunity to create an inventory of rental housing in the city. We know where there are apartments, but as far as single-family units like condominiums or single-family homes, we really don't have a database of what is rental and what is not. We did work with the PD to include some crime-free rental housing provisions in the ordinance, and it could also be used potentially as an affordable housing incentive or enforcement mechanism as well. Just some additional information. As I mentioned before, our current enforcement program is based on complaints, so we do property maintenance enforcement at this time. We'll use the same code, but we will have a lot more enforcement with this new procedure. As far as cost, we estimate an initial cost of about $75,000 for vehicles and computers and remodeling, and then an annual cost of around $310,000 with the revenue coming from license fees. And then you can see on the last bullet point, pretty much all of our neighbors have rental housing programs in existence right now. So who would be licensed? All residential rental housing in the city would be licensed, including single-family homes, apartments, even assisted living apartments, some group homes, condominium and townhome units that are rented. And our estimate for those numbers is shown there. That was in March. I got the apartment numbers from assessing, and obviously with all the different developments, that number will be increasing. The single-family home number is an estimate based on Bloomington's rental rate of 7%. I don't know if that's 1% higher or 2% lower, but that's our estimate from Bloomington's rental rate. What this will not address is anything that's rented less than 30 days, because that's specifically addressed in our zoning ordinance. Our inspection schedule, we plan to do single-family homes every other year, and for apartment buildings to inspect the common areas every year, and then a third of the units each year. So after 3 years, we would see all the apartment units. As far as implementation, after the ordinance is approved, we need to do remodeling of office space, hiring of staffing, getting equipment, training, that type of thing, and start working with property owners for notification, and then establish a fee, or we're thinking an 180 base fee, so a single family home would pay $180 per year, an apartment complex would pay $180 plus $17 per unit. So after tonight, if this moves forward, we would bring it to the June 4th council meeting for the second reading and the vote, and then start implementing that program, hopefully hiring some staff with experience in rental housing inspection. And then we hope to have the ordinance effective, or the program kind of beginning in November. So we can take questions.
Questions for Mr. Brown?
Come on up, because there might be some specifics.
Member Staunton?
So, what does our complaint data show us about what the problem is?
Right now, we don't. Our current database doesn't track rental versus owned properties. We don't. That's not a data point that we have right now. I guess a gut reaction from staff in my department is maybe 20% of our complaints are in rental properties.
And when you say complaints about what would be the nature of the complaint?
It's a very large range. It can be from paint or aesthetics or a plumbing problem to a hoarding issue or something of that nature. So there's a very large range that is covered in the property maintenance code and our health regulations, our public health nuisance regulations.
So some of the complaints might be actually by a neighbor about a property that then drives us to go out and inspect the property. Maybe there's a hoarding situation, maybe there's a property management exterior of the building issue.
Right.
Okay.
All of those.
And all of those are lumped together.
Yep, we use this. Well, we have kind of a continuum of code language. The property maintenance code that we've adopted starts with that neighbor concern or railings failing or sidewalk repair, and then it kind of has a continuum up until where our public health nuisance authority comes in, and that's more where you get into hoarding situation, plumbing not working, unlivable conditions. So we kind of have the ability to do enforcement on that continuum, and that doesn't discern between rental or owned property. It's applicable across the city.
In a year, can you give me some sense of the volume of incidents that we investigate?
Hundreds, maybe not thousands.
Okay. So maybe 100 a month?
I would say that's fair for
the total
initial calls.
Yeah.
Many of our complaints are resolved with us as staff, like a tenant-landlord situation. We make a call to the landlord and say, hey, are you addressing this with your tenant?
Yeah.
And they address it.
Okay.
So some things require
It's not
letters.
like you're out on the site for 100 a month.
Right.
It might be 100 calls and then you sort some of them out and a certain percentage don't get resolved. You have to go out and try to figure out what's going on.
Right. There's a big range of how landlords will respond or how property owners respond. The ones we really spend the most time on are owned properties, just because people own and our enforcement takes time, and we've seen that with some properties around town. So like an apartment complex, a management company really wants to get situations resolved most of the time. So if a tenant calls us before they talk to the management company, and we call the management company and they say, well, I haven't heard about this. And they go, most of the time, they go and repair it pretty quickly.
Thank you.
Other questions? Member Anderson.
Jeff, we've got a fair amount of startup expense. And so I'm just kind of wondering, has that been estimated? Or is the 180, is that going to be enough to carry this? Okay, we have a fair amount of startup expense. We're hiring 3 people, we're doing some remodeling, we're buying vehicles. Yep. So I'm just kind of wondering if that's been estimated.
Yeah, the startup expense, back here, We think that's about 75,000 initially.
Okay.
And that's training staff, buying 2 vehicles, computers for that staff, that type of thing. And then on top of that would be the annual cost, that 310,000.
310.
And that's where we base the license fees and try to estimate what we would need to collect for license
So
fees.
the 75, okay, but the 310, we think that the 180 carries that. Is there any reason to bump that up before it gets started to be certain that we're doing that? You don't want to bump it up.
It's a hard thing to estimate because it is based on estimated number of rental units.
Uh-huh.
We could have a big change in our fees based on how many units we have. We just don't know that. This is our best estimate up front.
Okay.
Member Fisher?
So how do you I look at this and I'm really waffling on that. On the one hand, I can see some really strong points. On the other, I'm worried, are we chasing something that's not really there? And the one thing that really catches my eye is actually the single family home part of this, because that's the part we probably have we don't know what's happening out there. So this would be one way, probably take some time. Because my guess is we're not going to just find those rental properties. It's going to happen one at a time, neighbors calling us, and all of that. But so that I think is a real positive side effect of all this. My concern is, aren't we by default just raising rents across our community? And as we're trying to make housing more affordable, we're sort of adding a layer of cost that. And I guess, it'd be pretty marginal, probably, $25 a unit or something, whatever that works out to. But have you thought about that piece of it?
I think that's a fair concern. And I think that's what would happen, is it would be a pass-through from renters. I would assume that, I guess. We would be, I know that I'm sure that there are folks that don't call us with a concern because they're nervous about their housing situation. And that's one of the big safety nets that we're not providing right now. So hopefully with that increase, those residents are getting some assurance that they're living in safe conditions. So I guess that's kind of how I'm thinking about it. And there might be residents that have great conditions, and so that pass-through isn't helping them as much, but hopefully we'll be catching more folks that are not willing to call us with a concern.
So tell me about that, expound on that. So right today, and I agree with you, I'm sure there are people out there that are afraid that if they call in on a complaint of something, that it could actually cost them their housing in some way. What about this would actually help that condition?
Well, for like a single family home, we would be in that unit, every other year and provide them with we've thought about, we do our new homeowner packets, that we give out to folks. We can give out renter packets, welcome to Edina packets, like, hey, you're the new renter in town. Do you know that the council meets on Tuesdays? That type of stuff. We're looking at this as a way to be a connection to those folks and provide them with some assurance that if they do have a concern, they can call us, and we won't come and cause problems, or we can be of assistance and help them work through some kind of situation with their landlord. We do that all the time now, but I'm sure there are some that don't call. For whatever reason that they're concerned, or they don't have time, or they don't know that we exist, they just put up with the situation that they're in. And maybe nothing ever happens, maybe they don't have a mold issue or a plumbing problem, or maybe their fire extinguishers are supplied and their smoke detectors work, but some cases they may not. And so that's really what this is geared towards.
Member Brindle?
Thank you. Well, I can tell you that in a number of cases, the way that we find which single-family homes in particular are rented is that you get complaints. And I certainly hear them. And in one block of Cornelia Avenue, the neighbors are very concerned because I think it's Southdale Road behind them. There are several houses in a row, all rented. And so if we want to find out which single-family homes are rented, in some neighborhoods, I think that information could be forthcoming from the residents who are very concerned about the lack of upkeep of the home, the lack of upkeep of the property. And so I think that information can be forthcoming. And once in a while you see a for rent sign out in front of a single family home. That's another way to find out. But there are people asking for more regulation in rental, and we're getting more and more apartments. So it feels like, looking at the rental licensing in Minneapolis, looking at the rental licensing in St. Louis Park and Eden Prairie, and how they're doing it. I don't know if they came to it because of complaints in their community, or because here is a way to ensure that whoever lives in that home has a safe home to live in. And that's where I come to with it. It makes sense to me. We're growing. The way we're growing is right now in rental housing. And one of the homes I visited not so long ago, family came in, bought 2 houses. They're living in one, they rent the other. And that may be happening more than we know. So it makes sense to me. If I rented somewhere, I'd want to know that the landlord that is responsible for the dwelling that I live in has to meet standards in order for me to stay there. And right now, that's not true in Edina. It's only true if I call and complain, and then somehow my landlord realizes that I have a problem. And for me, that's not good enough. But I guess I'll ask Manager Neal, because he has experience actually establishing rental licensing. So what is it that drove Eden Prairie to establish a rental licensing program?
Member Brindle, members of council, when I worked in Eden Prairie, I think it was 2007, maybe 2007, 2006, there was a significant number of large-scale apartment fires that occurred. And in an apartment fire situation, one person's inconvenience, one person's bad acts can really put a lot of other people in a bad position. So there we were trying to address that sort of thing that was happening there. And there was also, there were some larger apartment buildings that were beginning to deteriorate pretty significantly, and that was causing some stress in the community as well. I think those two particular issues, maybe at least the former, is not present here today. So we do have some buildings, some larger scale buildings that are deteriorating and would be, I think would benefit from this particular program, but we don't have the same kind of issue that's facing us in 2019 in Edina that we had in Eden Prairie in 2006 and 2007.
But we have had some significant apartment fires here, when you speak of fires. Park Lawn, there was a significant fire at Park Lawn.
Yeah, I'm not, where's the chief?
Yeah.
It just doesn't seem like we have the same, yeah.
Not the scale of,
Yeah.
but stick around,
Yeah. I would also add, I think, that what we're proposing here today is not all that innovative or new. We're when you look at the cities, the 7 cities that surround us, only Minnetonka doesn't have a rental housing inspections and licensing program. All of our other neighbors do and have had them for some time now, 10 years.
So we've got probably close to 1,500 new apartment units in the last 6-8 years that we've added to the housing mix. Where's the data that shows that we've got a corresponding increase in the level of complaints from apartment dwellers that would be reflective of having added, this is to Member Brindle's point, she thinks that we've added units, therefore we may need to do this. But if we don't have any data that show that there's been a corresponding increase in the number of complaints by virtue of having 1,500 more housing units than we traditionally have, or the increase is marginal in the number of complaints that we have, is this a solution in search of a problem? That's been a historic issue that we've faced here, at least the time I've been on the council. Nobody's really thought that we had a problem of significant magnitude that caused us to need to spend $300,000 to $500,000 a year on a program like this, and charge apartment owners and rental property owners for that program, and see rents go up to cover the cost of the program. So where's the data?
It's hard to know what we don't know. We could accumulate data year to year about just number of complaints. We could start tracking homes that are owned versus homes that are rented. I know we did that in a previous iteration of our we used a different kind of recording mechanism in the past. I don't know that we don't have definitive data that says because X number of units has increased, it's this many more complaints. It's more residents, and it's more people that encounter maintenance issues in their life. Mm-hmm. And some call and some don't. And some property owners, like a new building, hopefully it's designed well and you have less maintenance problems. We spend a lot more time in older properties and things that are deteriorating and plumbing that is failing and those types of places. So with the new buildings, hopefully that they're not failing and we aren't getting those calls, but we do. People have concerns about mold and ventilation and things that are they interpret as flaws in design. And those are different types of situations than when something is just strictly failing. But I don't think we have data that we could point to say X number of units is increasing, so it's driving this need. That's a hard correlation to say.
Well, what percentage of the issues that you're addressing aren't you able to satisfy or cure the condition due to a lack of assistance under our existing code? Where is our existing code deficient, I guess, is a more shorthand way to talk about it.
The enforcement mechanism is not deficient. It will be the exact same. We'll use the same code, the same enforcement process. The way we intake complaints or issues, I guess, or enforcement issues is what will be different. We will be going out and, if you want to say, surveying or doing inspections on a routine basis to uncover those enforcement things. Whereas now we are intaking complaints when folks call. The code we use, the process we use for enforcement, that will all be the same. It's just the mechanism for discovering those issues will be a wider net.
Can I jump in too? There were a couple of things, and I see Ms. Hawkinson is here as well. I am kind of interested in a dimension of this that talked about getting a handle on how many rental units, what are rental units, what aren't, apartments, single-family homes, plus assisting us in our affordable housing enforcement to the extent there's a requirement. I guess I find that, I think there's a need for both of those things. I would like both. I'm not sure this is the mechanism to get those things, but I guess I'm wondering if those are things that you think we can accomplish in other ways, and talk a little bit about the affordable housing enforcement piece as well.
Mayor, council members, one aspect of this that I think is important, that why I was part of the discussion group, is I believe it helps protect our most vulnerable. With a vacancy rate of affordable units at pretty much 0%, people are frightened that they could lose their housing. And so they don't make complaints because they don't want to be a thorn in their landlord's side, because if they lose their housing, there are few options for them to go to. Anecdotally, I had a young man come in who recently had a baby, and he had a tripping hazard. His carpeting or something, was it mold or torn carpet or something was wrong, and he complained and he was given an eviction notice. Another aspect is with NOAA properties. We have talked in the past about a 90-day policy for tenant protection. There's no mechanism for enforcing that or even implementing that without a licensing process, because we don't have that connection with the landlords, and we don't have any ability to collect what the rents are, to see that they are adhering to not raising the rents if the property flips. So this has ancillary aspects to it that assist with tenant protection and with affordable housing. Directly answering, and with regards to rent and it being passed on, for the units that are required to be affordable, whether or not they're included in a market rate or they are 100% affordable, their rents are capped. So the pass down can't happen to those affordable units past a certain point because the rents are capped. And market rate rents are whatever the market will bear. So, I mean, if the rents are affected, it would go in with if the market will bear that, or people will look for alternative housing where they can get less rent, where they pay less rent. So I think that aspect gets worked out. With compliance of whether or not the rents are affordable and the ones that we are requiring, we have a different mechanism for doing that. We have hired Affordable Housing Connections, and they will be doing review of tenant files to make sure that the owners and landlords are having the number of set-aside units that are affordable, that they're keeping to that.
So it's really helping us develop a database of information about what rents are and what units are for rent, and that can help us with our NOAA analysis. And I get the issue about, people who are on the edge worrying about complaining. I'm just trying to figure out how to wade into it. It feels like a sledgehammer for an issue that doesn't need a sledgehammer. And is there a way to wade into this kind of a little bit at a time instead of whole hog?
I don't know of a way to do this partially and be effective.
When you think about public health, safety, welfare issues, is there anything about this program that would arguably create a situation where our buildings, privately owned, would be safer because they'd be inspected? I mean, you're talking about inspecting individual units, but right now I'm assuming that we inspect buildings otherwise to ensure some level of safety. Would we have a more effective way of keeping the people that live in these buildings safe by virtue of having this program as opposed to what we do right now?
I would say yes.
And in what way?
I think in surveillance. I think, if you want to use that term. As far as inspections, field staff would be in an apartment complex, in single-family homes, in multifamily buildings, condo complexes, in the common areas, in the boiler rooms, in the parking garages, and the hallways, and the units. And we have, building department staff, we have the fire department staff, and our staff, the field staff, can go out, and if they notice or see something that's deteriorating, like parking garages crumbling or something like that, we're going to see that hopefully early in some cases as compared to when it fails. That's the idea, is to address things maybe as they're developing or in the early stages before they cause some kind of catastrophe or health impacts of the residents living in rental housing.
Chief, can you comment on that? You spent some time in Eden Prairie, and now you're here.
Yeah. Thank you.
Do you see a value in what Eden Prairie's been doing?
Yeah, Mayor, council members. I had the privilege of working in Eden Prairie from 2011 to 2014, and I oversaw the rental housing inspector. They were attached to the fire department. They were a fire inspector, firefighter, and also the rental housing inspector. We saw a lot of benefit. There's and Jeff alluded to it. You don't know what you don't know until you get out there. And our eyes were opened quite widely when we got into some of these rental housing units to see the things that were going on. And it really kind of validated the purpose that we were there for. One of the things about ongoing inspections, the building department inspectors, they only inspect buildings under construction. And so once they get their certificate of occupancy, they're done. They're on to the next project. So then the fire department steps in, and we're a part of the whole build out as well as the building department. But then the fire inspectors get involved with certain structures, commercial buildings, multi-residential, buildings of assembly. We will go in and we'll inspect those buildings for fire protection systems, sprinkler systems, standpipe systems, major egresses, exiting, that type of stuff. We do that as best we can with the stock that we have. It's a lot of work, but we do not get inside the units. We don't have the authority to go inside somebody's residential home unless we've been asked to come in. That rarely happens. Unless there's been a problem. And in multi-residential, it can be a real struggle for us because we're obviously concerned it's not just what's in the apartment, but what's going on in that apartment affects so many other people just outside the walls. So, but we've had some challenges getting into those units, fire load issues, hoarding, that type of stuff. One of the big things that we ran into in one of the driving forces in 2006 in Eden Prairie was smoking on decks, grills on decks. Those are the things that seem to start apartment buildings on fire. And we're not immune to it, but it's certainly not to the degree we were experiencing in Eden Prairie in 2006. So hopefully I answered your question. If not...
So on balance, I guess you favor this program?
Yes. Yep.
Okay. You see value in it.
The big piece for me is when we went at this in Eden Prairie, we wanted to get the biggest bang for our buck right away, and that was multi-residential. We could get in there and start making a lot of corrections in a very small, acreage. The piece that became really challenging for us was single-family homes. It took us a while to get our arms around that. And the thing I think is important is when people rent a room in a basement of somebody's single-family home, that there's I think a reasonable assumption that piece of property that they're renting is safe. And I think it's really important for us to get in there on the front end to assure that if you are renting in a basement, which is a very dangerous place to be if you don't have the right safety measures in place, that we assure that they are compliant with what it's supposed to be for, a sleeping room inside of a basement. Proper exiting, smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, fire extinguishers, all of those things. So we saw a huge benefit more on the residential side. The multi-residential, most of those buildings are built pretty well. As they age, they can be real challenging for us to keep on top of.
I guess for me, listening to this, I started out thinking that it was a road that I wasn't really sure I wanted to travel on. Seems like we've been doing pretty well in Edina without having this kind of a program in place, but I do see some real public safety elements to it, and keeping people safe in the places they live, that they're renting, that they want to call home, that they deserve to have a place that they call home that is indeed safe to live in. And so I think for me, the conversation here, the pivot for me has been the chief's comments about the value of it. So I'd be willing to at least give this a first reading and a little bit more thought. I think Member Anderson has spoken in favor of these types of programs before. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, but I feel like when it comes to keeping people safe where they live, that's really a critical element that we ought to be thinking about. Member Staunton.
You want to articulate it again? I'd find it helpful.
Sure, of course. Well, number one, I think that we're an aging community, and we have more rentals than ever before. It's standard practice to license and inspect rental properties throughout the Twin Cities, and especially our neighbors. Frankly, I've been surprised that we haven't moved towards a point of sale inspection and had some level of certainty about conditions there as they're passed on, because so much of our housing stock was built in the 60s, so that all of a sudden it starts to be pretty old housing. So I think this is a logical next step, and it does ensure the safety of most of our renters.
Manager Neal.
The only other thing I'll add to this discussion is that there are some benefits in the way that we would implement this program for equity in the community, and it was a subject that we spent a little bit of time talking about during our Race and Equity Task Force, and it's that difference between active enforcement and passive enforcement. And passive enforcement sort of asking the community to shoulder the burden of bringing the complaint to our doorstep before we actually go out and do something about it. And I think what we're trying to do with the way that this is structured is to create a more active force that we don't have to wait necessarily for the complaints to come to us. We would find a fair number of them and resolve them without folks having to worry about living in fear of a landlord or a neighbor.
Member Staunton?
So tell me about the in-unit inspections. How do we go about doing that? If we were to do this, how would you just walk me through how we would do an inspection of a residential unit in a multi-family building or a basement of a single-family home? How would that go?
These would be all scheduled. So it would be scheduled with the landlord. There's no, like when we do restaurant inspections, we walk in, it's a surprise.
Right.
We're not doing that that way. It would be scheduled with the property owner or manager or property representative to give access. And then it's an evaluation like we do inspections now of the conditions of the property. We're looking for violations of the property maintenance code, basic life safety concerns. I've asked a lot of neighboring cities, what does that look like in an apartment unit? Because this is not something that I've done in my career. And they're like, it can be 10 minutes in a unit. I mean, it can be pretty quickly done if the units are maintained really well. Obviously, if you find more issues, you can spend more time. And in single-family homes, that is a lot of times the case. So it's all scheduled, and if access is denied for some reason, we would have to figure out how we're going to address that. There have been concerns with that in other cities with search warrants and things like that, but other cities have managed that. So we'd look for those examples of how to manage that.
Thank you.
I mean, structurally issuing the license, there's a consent where they give us the right to inspect.
Right, but the scheduling thing isn't important. The tricky, it's different than a restaurant. It's where somebody lives, and so they ought to know that somebody's coming, and it just always makes me anxious about us going in somebody's house. I think we should all be just really think about that before we do that and make sure we got good reasons and make sure we're not doing it in a way that's going to cause trouble.
Right.
One of the things that was stressed to me from other cities was the importance of having a staff person responsible for that scheduling and for that connection point and managing that workload and rescheduling when someone doesn't show up and that kind of thing. So that was taken to heart.
All right, Mr. Mayor, I'm kind of with you. We have a persuasive staff here who's done a great job of giving us some good reasons, and our colleagues as well. I'm willing to at least move it along to second reading.
Okay.
I'd like to think about it some more. Anytime we're talking about going and where people live and in their houses to help them, I get nervous, and I just want to make sure we're doing this the right way.
So we got a motion by Member Staunton to approve on a first reading basis ordinance 2019-06, which would amend City Code Chapter 10 concerning rental housing. Is there a rental licensing, excuse me. Is there a second? Member Brindle, did I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Mayor, just one point to tell you. I know this is just first reading, but the plan, if this would pass on second reading, is to delay an implementation into November of this year so that there would be plenty of time to set things up, notify people, all of that. It would not kick off right away.
Yeah, understood. I think that was part of Jeff's presentation.
Okay.
It would be a November implementation. All right, we got a motion, we got a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor of approving this on a first reading basis, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Now we are on to efficient building benchmarking.
You lost scheduling a lot.
We did.
Somebody's got to lose.
Thanks to you guys. Thank you.
No, I want to be here if I could.
Isn't it fun?
So,
Is this on? Yeah, oh, there we go. So good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council. My name is Carolyn Jackson. I live at 5716 Continental Drive here in Edina, and I am Chair of the Energy Environment Commission. And I am very excited on behalf of the EEC to present the Efficient Building Benchmarking Ordinance this evening. As Lord Kelvin said, to measure is to know. If you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it. So the City of Edina really embraces environmentalism. We've got since 2008 the goal of reducing greenhouse gases 30% by 2025 and 80% by 2050. In the Vision Edina process, there was unanimous consent for environmental stewardship, and not only support for environmental stewardship, but taking a leadership position. And you can see in this chart, the heavy line is where we are going, and the dotted line is where our goal is. And we've got to close that wedge. And so we've been looking for ways to do that. This ordinance gives us a leadership role. We'll be the second city in the state of Minnesota to have a benchmarking ordinance. And there are other cities lining up to do it based on our example. So I'm very excited about this. So why is benchmarking important to Edina? You can see from the regional indicators that greenhouse gas emissions come from primarily three sources: energy, travel, and waste. And within electricity, we've got the best numbers for electricity, and that is 60% comes from commercial and industrial sources, about 38% from residential, and the little two wedges are the city and the school district. So even if the city had 100% reduction of greenhouse gases, it only moves it a little bit. I want to point out that you can see this is 2014 data. This comes from the regional indicators, so that's really important data to get, but there's a big delay in when we get that data through the regional indicators. When we did the Partners in Energy program, we looked at the city, we looked at residents, and we looked at business, and we did a lot of education and outreach to businesses. And the feedback that we got is that when there is a case to be made for saving money and saving energy, it emboldens managers to get permission to put in energy efficiency investments in their buildings. Sometimes there's pushback that some buildings, they want a 1 year payback. Well, paying back a new furnace, paying back new windows, things like that, it's going to last more than 1 year. So this is a way to give information out there to drive investments in saving some money. So the benefits of benchmarking: it helps building owners track their energy use and identify options for more efficiency. It facilitates building peer comparison, and it creates a market for demand for energy efficiency in buildings. And again, it supports our city goals. You can see with this chart, in cities that have benchmarking, they've seen 1 to 2% annual reduction in their energy use among the buildings that are counted. So just by counting it, it raises awareness, and people are like, hey, this is a good idea. We can really save some money, and it is effective. So one of the things we really struggled in the Partners in Energy program was actual programs where it's effective. So we all put bubblers in our showers. Well, that is easy to do, but it doesn't really reduce our greenhouse gases. This is something that makes a real impact in reaching those goals. Measuring is nothing new. We have nutritional facts all the time we see. When you buy an appliance, you see the Energy Star rating on there. When you buy a new vehicle, you get the miles per gallon of the new vehicle. This is Energy Star for buildings. So it's just another way to understand what's out there. It's nothing new, and information is power.
So when we've looked at what is an effective way to support the current building stock that we have in the city of Edina, we found to improve energy efficiency and support the current building stock in Edina, building benchmarking was the top way to do it. And we've seen over 29 cities across the nation, including 3 states, implement energy benchmarking to support the investment of current building stock. And it's everyone from New York City to small towns like Evanston to actually one of the comparable cities that we have, which is Fort Collins, Colorado. And when we looked at case studies, we saw the savings. Minneapolis has been doing this for 4 years. And as you can see, they've seen a 1.7% improvement from 2014 to 2016. For them, that meant their building owners saving $21 million. One of those examples is St. Mary's Basilica. They set up their item, they set up their building in the energy benchmarking tool. They saw that they got a low-performing benchmarking score. They knew they had an old boiler that they were going to have to replace, but this really incentivized them to really take a deeper look than just that boiler. And by doing that, they implemented more energy efficient items than they would have done in a few years when the thing just went kaput, the boiler. And they saw a 20% savings. The city of Edina has actually been benchmarking. We've been benchmarking in the B3 benchmarking tool, and that is what the state requires anyone that receives state funding to do. A lot of cities are doing this. The counties do this. From that, we actually started prioritizing the buildings that we've been doing energy efficiency with. Over the past year and a half, we've been doing this with the Braemar Ice Arena. We've done recommissioning, and while we just finished up those implementations in March, we're already starting to see 2 to 4% savings in the winter when we've gotten through some of those actions. So benchmarking helps you focus on the buildings that you need to do, and it helps you see how your building compares to others. Another building owner that actually found opportunity in the Hennepin benchmarking was Hennepin County, or Minneapolis benchmarking was Hennepin County. So they found that one of their LEED certified buildings had a low performing score. To them, this was a wake-up call that they needed to look at how they were operating the building. They found it effective from a building owner management standpoint, and they saw that this would be taken on by others, but that we had a few hurdles as smaller cities. We are not Minneapolis. We do not have the capacity to take on a person and a half head count to manage a program like this. So they started the Hennepin Building Energy Benchmarking Collaborative, and St. Louis Park and Edina were the two pilot cities over the last year that have been looking at what does a benchmarking policy and ordinance look like. What was great about this collaborative that we've been a part of is it was bringing their expertise, bringing those people that have experts across the nation, which is Overlay Consulting, and bringing local experts like CEE in. They also brought the contacts they already have. So we sat in the room with BOMA, the Building Owners and Managers Association, with MFHA, the Multifamily Housing Association. And we talked about how policies like this could be implemented and consistent across cities so that we can support building owners in managing their current building stock. What also this brought is allowing us to create some shared resources too, so that we are presenting a policy to you that has an effective way to reduce our energy use through the commercial buildings while not taking on staff headcount. So when we looked through this collaborative, we looked at some of the data, and the policy we're presenting to you would affect commercial buildings over 25,000 square feet. Why we did that is because 97% of the square footage is accomplished in the commercial sector is accomplished through 25,000 square feet or higher. And while this is only about 60% of the buildings count out there, so we're dealing with a smaller piece, but it has over 97% of the square footage. So we can really make a huge impact with focusing on those buildings. So the policy and the ordinance presented to you today has three pieces. It's the benchmarking, where the building owner starts by setting up their building into the Energy Star Portfolio Manager, which, by the way, has a quarter of the square footage in the nation already in this system. So this isn't a new thing to use. This isn't, many of our buildings like Centennial Lakes is already in this. Frauenschuh, they put their buildings in this. So we would have them do this annually. We would put our buildings in this year, then next year focus on 50,000 square feet, and then the year after that, 25,000 square feet. The next thing is the transparency, and I'll show you an example.
How long it takes a company with 25,000 square feet or greater to do the initial benchmarking work? How many hours of work involved?
Yeah, so that for a typical office building, we're seeing the first year would be about 6 to 10 hours, and then after that, a couple hours a year. So that's an annual number. And a big piece of when we talked with stakeholders about this and when we've talked with some of those associations, the help center and these support desks are the things that really help ensure that people accomplish this well without consuming more time. The second piece of this is the transparency, and I'll show an example of this shortly, but this is the piece that allows the city to see the data so we can help connect those low performer buildings with energy efficiency products. Our utilities, CenterPoint and Xcel Energy, already have great programs. We were the first city to implement PACE programming. We can now see which buildings and which building owners we can connect with to help them educate them and connect them with those products that could help support the current building stock we have. The last piece is the energy assessment savings. So this is anything from a small turnkey service or like a home energy squad visit for your home, but one for a building. And this, not every building would need to do. This is more of, we would look at low-performing buildings. And we would ask if a low-performing building was doing this, we'd ask them to take one of these energy savings assessments. And then if in 5 years they're still in the low-performing buildings, they would be asked to look at one again. So again, here's just a quick snapshot of what that building owner or facility manager would see in Energy Star Portfolio Manager. The really great thing is, again, this only takes about 6 to 10 hours if it's a normal size building or a normal use like an office building. The utilities, Excel and CenterPoint, feed the energy data automatically to this system. So we are not asking these building owners to look at all of their energy bills, because that's what happens. They pay it, it goes in a follow. This allows the utilities to feed the information here so it's aggregated and it's shown to them in a way that they can actually analyze that information. And this wasn't here before. So this is the first year that both utilities are feeding that information, and that's one reason why we're presenting this to you this year versus years prior, because we wanted to ensure that we had an automated way to keep the investment, resource investment from the building owner side low. When we originally looked at this ordinance, we actually had water usage in it. But after talking with stakeholders, they said, we want to make sure that this stays with an automated process. And our current water utility bills, we don't have a way to feed this information, because we're a small city, to Energy Star Portfolio Manager. So because water isn't automated, we have taken that out of the ordinance right now. And as we look at our new water systems, taking that into consideration. This is the transparency section. So this is one thing that the Hennepin County Benchmarking Collaborative would actually manage through Overlay Consulting, which does the benchmarking for Denver and other cities. As you can see, the energy information that's given, for example, the Government Center, they give the energy use intensity along with the Energy Star score and a few other facts. A great thing through this collaboration that we found was one thing that we're working on is being able to give building owners the ability to put in a little link or a few sentences about what they're doing. So if they have a really great number and they want to share in for more information, they can put it there. If they have a low number and they're surprised by this or they're working on it, they can share that information there. And then that last thing is those energy assessments. And I think the best way to describe those is anything from a recommissioning, if you have a big building with a lot of equipment like Braemar Ice Arena, to more of these energy savings assessments, which is more like a home energy squad. That's what we, more detail was in the staff report. I can answer any of your questions.
All right. Questions for Commissioner Jackson or Ms. Brown? It's a very well done report out. Thank you. We've had some concerns raised, I think, by at least one of our businesses, and I think we gave them a response. At least I participated in a response, and I don't know if we've heard anything back from that particular employer or not. Otherwise, I don't think we've had any resistance to this idea, have we, to our commercial community?
No, we had the stakeholder meetings. We actually reached out to other individuals, and we had stakeholder meetings. There was 16 to 20 people attending those. The biggest feedback was no one likes a mandate, but they understood the purpose. And their asks were to keep it automated, to keep help desks, to support small facility managers and owners. And that's one reason why we've implemented or bringing to you today a policy where we are staging those building owners to ensure that we can give more focus to those 25 and 50 to 50,000. They can see someone do it before them, as well as taking out the water for the automation, and then ensuring that we have the Hennepin Benchmarking Collaborative, which allows us to have Overlay Consulting, which is solid on their help desk.
And the other thing is that manufacturers will not be included in this. So we heard from the hospital, they were concerned about their steam plant, and because of the steam plant, it would really skew their electricity numbers or their energy numbers. And so any kind of production, industrial or otherwise, is excluded from this. So those kind of proprietary numbers they won't be made public.
All right. Okay, good. Any other questions, council members? Otherwise, we could entertain a motion on the proposed ordinance.
Just real quick.
Member Staunton.
Since we know who the water utility is, how hard is it for them to get their act together to get the automation done?
We are currently in a system with other cities.
Oh, okay.
And so to request a different system, we would need to get other cities on board.
So it might be an overtime thing that as
Yes.
we come to the next time that the system needs to be replaced, we can include this feature in the new.
Yes.
Okay.
So we are very aware of that. Minneapolis doesn't even have an automated system yet, and they are requiring it. But we are looking at other ways that we can do this, and we've already spoken with them to see how they're moving towards that path.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve on a first reading basis ordinance 2019-10, the efficient building benchmarking ordinance?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Got a motion and second with regard to approving on a first reading basis ordinance 2019-10, which deals with efficient building benchmarking. Any further discussions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried.
Great work.
The two of you, yeah, thanks. Just a terrific presentation. And Michelle Swanson, don't jump out of here yet. I wanted to congratulate your company for stepping up to the plate. You know, it wasn't too long ago that Excel, why don't you walk up here so that you can get behind one of the podiums here so you're on television. But this is Michelle Swanson from Excel Energy, and I thought your announcement this week, and thanks for sending it to me, by the way, that you are stepping up on the 2050 clean energy, 100% commitment on clean energy by 2050. I think that was really remarkable.
Yeah, I think I'm very excited. I'm proud to work for a company that's shown that kind of leadership. So I was very excited.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're not here late to testify on the Mohawk Trail thing,
No.
are you? That's your name.
No, but I walk by there all the time. I walk my dog there all the time. Thank you.
Too.
All right. All right. Thanks, folks. We are down to the resolution 2019-42, accepting donations and grants. Is there a motion to approve that ordinance, accept those materials?
So.
Second.
Got a motion and a second on resolution 2019-42, accepting donations on behalf of the city of Edina. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. 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 Opposed? Carried. Donations this reporting period. Arts Center, Chichi Catherine Miller, Arts and Books for the library, and then Park and Rec Department, Dick Brozick, who was on the golf course task force and helped kick off the grand opening of Braemar on Wednesday, has made a nice donation to the Golf Course Memorial Fund, and that'll be duly noted on the website. So thank you, Dick Brozick. And then on to correspondence and petitions. And Manager Neal, do you have the Birchcrest Street Reconstruction Special Assessment Appeal dismissal, or does somebody else have that?
It was just noted in there that we wanted to make sure you saw the report from David Kendall.
Okay, good. And nothing else?
No.
All right, thank you. Aviation noise update, Member Brindle.
Thank you. So at the May 15th Noise Oversight Committee meeting, Rebecca McPherson attended. She is the FAA Regional Administrator for the Great Lakes region, and she is going to now be attending the Noise Oversight Committee meetings. And so that gives, there's always someone from the FAA who is presenting at the NOC meeting. And she will not only be presenting, but taking information back to the FAA. So people who have questions, and you submit your question to your representative on the Noise Oversight Committee, or you submit your question right to the Metropolitan Airport Commission. She's the one who, actually then the Noise Oversight Committee discusses the question, decides if it can provide an answer, and then shares it with Rebecca McPherson. So she is going to be a great resource. The next meeting of the NOC is July 17th, 1:30 at MAC headquarters on 28th Avenue. And then I know I mentioned last time, but I'll repeat it, that the next listening session will be hosted in Edina on July 24th at 7 p.m. at the Southwest Metro Public Safety Training Facility.
All right, good. Thank you. Manager Neal, anything else supplementally on that issue?
Nothing else from me.
Okay, good. Council comments? Member Anderson?
Yeah, thank you. Earlier today, I was ever at the community center for a preschool graduation.
Aww.
And it was so impressive to me because this group of kids was so diverse. I mean, incredibly diverse. And they were all singing songs together. And they were all holding hands. They were all giving each other high fives. And I thought, you know, this world is turning into something that could be pretty neat. And we're not very far away from it. And it's very, very interesting to see that interplay because those kids don't view themselves as anything other than their buddies. And it was very touching.
Good. Thank you. Member Brindle.
I always have a couple things. So I have a couple things. So in light of National Public Works Week, I get a kick out of the poster every year. It's so well designed, and they're all on display at the Public Works Building, and this year's poster is out in the lobby. But it means a little extra something this year since our street, we're having street reconstruction. And I can tell you that it's an adventure. They close up every hole every day. I mean, they dig monster holes. But in order that nobody falls into them, they fill them up every night so that then we can get around the neighborhood and the kids are out in the street. And so they're very safety conscious. The crew is a really nice bunch of people. And they're doing a great job. So the new thing that I didn't realize they were going to do is last Thursday and Friday there was a huge machine that came along and crunched up the pavement. So now the old pavement is part of the new street, the underlayment of the new street. So they're going around checking to make sure that there's enough structure and enough support before they replace the concrete and before they pave. So they're turning the corner. The utilities are all done. So, but it'll be really good. And what good news it was to get the bond sale that we got for this, because it takes $12 million in bonds, almost 13, and brings it down to 10. That's great. So a sidewalk request. Andrew. The east side of France Avenue does not have a sidewalk north of Crosstown, and residents along there would love one. And the kids are standing at the end of driveways, or they're standing in somebody's yard to catch the school bus. So it'd be really nice. I meant to pull up the sidewalk plan, and I didn't get to it. I heard about this request today, and I didn't get to it. So if you could, please look at that for us.
Maybe we should call the county.
Yeah, I suppose that is a county road, isn't it? That's true.
I think they'll probably let us.
I would
put a
hope so.
sidewalk in there. Maybe they'll pay for it and we can do it.
Yeah. So on the consent agenda, we approved the contract, a one-year contract for Clover Ride. And we discussed this, I think, before our last meeting with the Transportation Commission, and we talked about the Polaris GEM electric vehicle. I'd like to look into that and see.
It's a good idea.
See, you know, it's our ridership on Clover, I don't think we fill it. And I don't know how much the GEM electric vehicle is, but it'd be something that could run through, you know, the way Centennial Lakes was built was that we would have our little bus system and it would run right through Centennial Lakes. So, but I'd like to see what it would take to have something like that on as a resource in our city. And finally, a note for the Heritage Preservation Commission. So the folks who were here tonight, the Macquaries, at 6625 Mohawk Trail, the home was built in 1965. It is a phenomenal mid-century modern home. It is beautiful. Structurally, they've made some improvements to sell it, such as appliances here and there, but structurally it is the home that was built in 1956. So I wonder if there is interest on the part of the Heritage Preservation Commission to take a look at that as being recognized for mid-century modern. It is quite a place. So.
Okay.
And it's very unique.
All right, thank you. Member Staunton.
I just have one thing I wanted to share. I had a chance to visit with my neighbor the other day, Bob Tangden. He was showing me some stuff in his backyard that's a separate topic about flooding in Highland Park, and that we'll talk about at another time. But as we're standing out in his backyard, this helicopter came by, and I'm telling you, it was like 100 feet off the ground, and it kept coming back and forth. I actually found myself, poor Bob, he would have been out of luck, because I found myself backing off, thinking maybe it's going to try and set down, or it's in trouble or something. And I talked to Manager Neal after that and said, what the heck? And he gave me a tip, and I went to the site, and sure enough, it's the Metropolitan Mosquito Control District out dropping their pellets into the water, trying to contain our mosquito population. So if anybody else had a similar experience to what I had, that's what it is. We're not having helicopters ditching in the forest and causing trouble in residential neighborhoods. They're just trying to get their work done.
And I think trying to be precise. I mean, that's the whole, the movements that you see there are all about them trying to be precise to get the chemical into the water and not just everywhere all over the place.
And they were down low enough that they could be precise. It was remarkable. It was quite I wished I had my camera with me. I would have, taken a video.
You had me a little nervous there. I thought the story was going the direction of mosquitoes are now getting so big that we're mistaking them for helicopters. So this is a much better ending. Thank you. So the only comment I would like to make is last week I attended the inaugural golf outing at the new Braemar. And a couple nights before that, my wife and I went over for the restaurant. They had sort of an open house, and it really struck me in both days, both cases, what a community gathering place Braemar has become. It's way more than a golf course. There's just so many activities there, and with the restaurant, and it's just so fun to see every age, everything you can imagine. Everyone's out there enjoying it. The golf course itself, I thought, was really great. And, I golf maybe 3 times a year. But the way I can evaluate, I know one of the goals, I wasn't here when some of you were really trying to make those decisions on improving this golf course, but my understanding is one of the goals is to make it enjoyable for all levels of golfer and use less real estate in doing it and make it a spectacular course. And the way I measure the success of that is I'm a I'm a 3-box golfer, which means in a course of 18 holes, I'm going to lose 3 boxes of balls. That's just the way it rolls for me.
You mean sleeves, not boxes.
Sleeves, whatever that term is. So I made it through that course, and I only lost 5 balls, and that's, for me, that's spectacular. So it's a good course, and well done.
Good, thanks. Backing up a little bit in time, Taste of Edina was on the 8th of May. That was a great event over at the Weston, put on by the Chamber. People had a wonderful time. The Edina Garden Plant Sale, I hope all of you made it over there. We sure did, and got some wonderful plants. We've been able to keep them alive despite the weather. And then on the 11th, I was invited over to an iftar dinner, which occurs during Ramadan after dark, after prayers, last prayers of the evening, over at the community gathering spot at, it's actually, I think, Brookdale Golf Course, which is in Golden Valley. They've got a wonderful facility over there. And we had a lot of folks over there to visit with, and had a nice, very, very nice dinner catered in. And then on the 13th, Monday the 13th, there was our own Rebecca Sorensen that was involved in the 44th in France study team. Her dad was a former mayor of Gloucester, Massachusetts, and they had a film and seafood fest in St. Louis Park at the, what is that place called? Something Cricket. It's Andrew Zimmerman's restaurant over there. Anyway, they brought in seafood from Gloucester. It was kind of a fundraiser for Gloucester, and talking about some of the challenges they face in the fishing industry on the East Coast and the regulations that are involved in that industry. The Braemar opening was terrific. Saw Mike out there. Too bad the rest of us couldn't. The rest of you couldn't make it out there. It's a tremendous improvement over what we had for a product before. The civil engineering on it alone is just spectacular. Everything's going to be high and dry now, I think, compared to what we used to have. And the course superintendent, our new course superintendent that came from Edina Country Club, Jeff Molds, has just done a wonderful job. Other courses around the metro are talking about damaged greens and fairways, and ours are just spectacular. Would you say, Carrie, too? I mean, you're an avid golfer, and it was really a pleasure to be on those greens, and the fairways were lush, and it was hard to tell it was only 2 years into growth in some parts and less than a year in others. So, and the layout's going to be good. And when the wildflowers and grasses grow in, a year or two from now, it's going to be really quite a place to behold. We had on the 16th, evening of the 16th, I've been going around the state with about a half a dozen other mayors, visiting with mayors from different quadrants in the state about this so-called urban-rural divide, finding out what their issues were. And we've had great meetings in Bemidji and Duluth and Owatonna and Wilmer. And then they wanted to come back into the metro, so I said, okay, we'll host. And with the help of Explore Edina, we had a wonderful dinner with a bunch of mayors, and I brought in Greater MSP. Peter Frosch, the new CEO, came in to talk to them a little bit about some of the things we're doing in the region. Aline Churumoff was there from the Fed to talk about some of the things that the Fed was working on in the region, and made some nice connections with some of the Greater Minnesota mayors. Lori Severson from the Chamber was there to talk about what we're working on from a Chamber standpoint. Then we had a half-a-day session on Friday morning over at Cove, and that was really, they had a room over there that was really conducive to wonderful conversation and relationship building. So that was a really nice session for an evening and a morning. And then I got a call. I told the mayors about our relationship with Greenbush Middle River when we were talking about urban-rural things. And I was driving home, and I got a call from Russ Anderson up in Greenbush saying, hey, you got to be over at the state robotics meet on Saturday morning. We're going to give Edina this surprise because they, as folks know, I think by now, that they've received the most prestigious award you can receive in the world of STEM, in the world of robotics, in the entire world. They're the first team from Minnesota to go into the Hall of Fame for robotics and STEM. And so they had a surprise celebration for them at the state championships on Saturday morning. So I got over there early, and then I went back over for a walk with the mayor. We did it because of the rain at Southdale, and had folks come over that had issues they wanted to talk about, so that was a good session. And then last night, I followed on the heels of Mike Fisher. I met with some of the neighbors from the Lake Cornelia neighborhood, and I would encourage all of you as well to meet with them and see what their concerns are relative to this buffer we're talking about.
Buffer? Okay.
So that's it for me. And I did these little buttons I put in each of your places were compliments of the robotics folks, and so this is a button to be treasured with that Hall of Fame designation on it. So, Manager Neal, did I leave one at your place?
You do. I got one.
Okay. The left one.
Mr. Mayor,
You
can I
need
can I add one more thing?
Sure.
So the mayor just listed off, I mean, dozens and dozens of things. He's nonstop out there representing our community, which is just amazing. And, you know, just when I think my amazement at him couldn't be topped, I should mention at the Braemar opening, he stood up in front of, more than 100 people on camera, and without, he gave a little talk and then picked up a golf club and hit a perfect drive down the middle of the fairway to open this course. I'm like, there's no way. I just can't think of anyone else that could do that under that kind of peer pressure. So congratulations.
Yeah, well, thank you. Thank you. Didn't go far, but it did go straight. All right. Yeah, that was it for me. Manager Neal, you've got several things you want to visit about.
I do, and I can try to get through most of them pretty quickly. One is just to draw your attention to the Racial Equity Work Plan report. That's part of our council packet tonight. That's some of the first work from our new Race and Equity Coordinator, Heidi Lee, that you're seeing. This is our commitment to be accountable to the plan that you blessed and move forward. So we think it's important. We're going to be sharing that, but it's in tonight's packet, and it's pretty good work. The second thing I'll drop down to the end of my list, and that is scooters on sidewalks. We are expecting Lime to deliver scooters here this year. I've seen one in town already. It's, I think, important for everybody to know sort of the rules of the road in terms of scooters. And here's what state law says: every person operating a motorized foot scooter shall have all the rights and duties applicable to the operator of a bicycle. No person, however, may operate a motorized foot scooter on a sidewalk. Oh. Not on a sidewalk. A person may operate a foot scooter on a bicycle path, bicycle lane, bicycle trail, or bikeway that is not reserved for the exclusive use of non-motorized traffic unless the local authority of the governing body having jurisdiction over that path, lane, trail, or bikeway prohibits operation by law. So the default is they can ride their scooters people can ride their scooters on bike paths and trails unless we adopt some kind of ordinance saying they can't.
All right. And then
you will get calls on this, I guarantee it.
I think we will. Though it might be an issue we'll be addressing.
Right.
And then we have a possibility of appointing Member Brindle to the NOC?
I hope that you will appoint Councilmember Brindle to the Noise Oversight Committee, because I kind of committed that you would probably do that. So.
All right. Do we have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Thank you.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to appoint Council Member Mary Brindle as the Edina representative to the Minneapolis-St. Paul Noise Oversight Committee at-large community group. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
I was going to make a run for it, but out of respect to Mary, I'll step back. I'll step back from it. No, she's great. She should be doing this.
I think it could be a NOC alternative role for you.
No, that's all right.
All those in favor of the motion as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried.
The final item on my list is just to talk to you a little bit about how you would like to fill the current vacancy on our planning commission. So Mr. Hamilton's resignation was effective immediately. So there are 9 authorized spots on the Planning Commission, so we have 8 people. His term his term that he resigned from just started again. So he was reappointed on March 1st of 2019, and that position went out. That term goes out to 2022. So it's 3 years. So there's almost 3 years left on that term. One of the things that we typically do when we have a vacancy on a board or commission is we've developed this custom of going to what we call the bench. And the bench is the people that you liked during the board and commission interviews, but we couldn't find a place for them. So we have them on the bench, and when we have openings come up, MJ and I, or the staff liaison for that group, will take a look at who's on the bench and what our notes said about those people, and we'll make a recommendation to you. Generally, we do it just on consent, and you appoint them to those openings. In this case, the bench, we had 15 people on the bench, and we've already appointed 5 of them to vacant board and commission positions. So the bench is getting thinner than what we typically have. And the other thing that happened in this particular cycle that we're in is we had such a small number of openings that we got a small number of candidates for a pretty narrow area of expertise, including nobody that really wanted to be on the planning commission because we didn't have any vacancies, so nobody really applied. So we could go back and look at the bench from 2017, and see what we have there, because we did have planning commission vacancies, and there were several good candidates in that bench.
We had recommendations.
We did. Several good planning commission quality candidates there too. So we could do that. Your other options, you could leave the seat open if you wanted to. We could live with 8. We don't generally have many divided. Well, we do have divided votes, but typically not in that level ties. We could fill the position with another commissioner. We've done that before with the planning commission, actually, not with the current planning commission, actually. So we take someone off the bench, or we could do the full-scale selection process for one position, which really is generating a lot of effort to try to find one person. So I would recommend actually one of the other two, pull somebody off a former bench or move another commissioner into that slot. Those are kind of your options the kind of feasible options as I see them, and just wanting to get some feedback from you about how you'd like to move this forward.
So if you move another commissioner open, it creates an opening on that commission.
It does. Yeah.
Member Fisher?
So I actually recall pretty vividly one of our call them bench folks from 2 years ago. Now, Councilmember Anderson wouldn't have been part of that interview. I think the rest of you were. And I'm not going to even be able to tell, I don't remember the gentleman's name at all, but I remember his interview. And I remember walking away feeling really bad that person did not, and I remember the deliberations. We thought he would have been great for the planning commission, but there wasn't a spot. And we kind of put him on the bench thinking just in case something happens, and nothing did, through the course of that year, and then there were no openings this year. I would recommend we at least reach out and see if that person still has interest.
I did that today, and he is interested in doing it.
Yeah, it's been a while, but I just remember it was quite an interview, and he seemed like he had a lot of skills.
So this is one way we could possibly fill this position. If you have a candidate like that that you recall from the former process, we could bring you a short list with a staff recommendation or without a staff recommendation to your next committee, and then you're maybe talking your next council meeting. Then maybe you're talking about comparing 1 or 2 candidates for this position. It really would, I think, shrink the amount of time that you'd have to spend on just the act of filling it.
Okay.
I'm willing to look at it that way.
Yeah.
Take a look at a couple of candidates.
Okay.
I don't have any with or without staff recommendation. I guess
Okay.
I don't have any strong preference there.
It seems
Member
as
Anderson?
if you go to existing commissioners, then you almost have to open that up to all of them in order to go through a selection process of one. If you have somebody on the bench that, especially if you feel that they're particularly well qualified.
Okay, good. Well,
Okay.
let's start there.
So we'll do that.
See if that
We'll do it.
causes the council to be in consensus on one of those.
So if I'm
candidates.
hearing right, there might be a short list, and might there be, again, it's been a couple of years, but, so I don't remember the particular qualifications, that in detail. I just remember thinking this person would do well on that commission. If there are others, would it be a scenario where we might have before a council meeting or something, just some short interviews?
Sure.
Or, I don't know, maybe it won't be necessary. I'm just asking the question.
I think the short interview piece does complicate it. So if we are able to have consensus around a candidate, that we could bring you a short list of people you've previously interviewed that have been on our bench. The custom has been that we clear the bench after they're on for a year, and then we clear it and we put the new people on. But in this case, we can look back a year, and we do have those records from that selection process. So we would take a look at that and see how many people we have in that group.
Good.
So can I, before we leave that subject, Mr. Mayor, if I can,
Sure.
I feel the need to comment on the resignation itself. Commissioner Hamilton, who I've been a great admirer of his work and his contributions on the Planning Commission, but he did something at the last Planning Commission meeting that I think warranted him resigning from the Planning Commission, which was exhibited, and I can't read his mind as to why, but he basically accused a council member and a planning commission member of basically bad faith in the way they approached their work. And, we just can't, that's not the way we can do business here. We have a lot of issues that are important to a lot of people, and it's really important that we all do our best to give each other the benefit of the doubt, that when we disagree with each other because we genuinely believe what we're advocating for. And so I was really disappointed when he went that direction, and I think it was appropriate after doing that he resign. And I just wanted to say, because I had mentioned at just the council meeting the night before that about how important it was that we work to engage each other in an honest and good faith way, and so I think it's important to echo that now that a member of our Planning Commission, in my view, did not, and that all of us who are in these roles, whether they be that are primarily volunteer roles, just have to remember that we have to set an example for how we conduct ourselves with each other. So I just felt the need to say that before this moment passed. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for doing that. Anyone else have a comment? All right, good. I think it is important that we operate at the highest level of discourse and treat each other with the proper level of respect. And so the appropriate thing happened here with his resignation. And so.
We're adjourned.
Yep, that's it. We are adjourned.
Yes, we
Thank
are.
you. We're out of here.
Oh.